Mr. Chairman, I do have 6 o'clock straight up.
All right, thank you. Dana, we're working on video. Just a moment.
Okay, we are recording.
Jana, we're going to go ahead and get started without video.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the December 11th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as chair tonight. I'm going to make a few brief introductions, and we're going to try to get video up and going here. And while we do that, first of all, I want to introduce online our vice chair for this evening, Karen Jones. Gunnar Hand, who is the Director of Planning and Urban Design, is with us here in chambers. Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Planning and Urban Design, is also online. You'll hear a lot from her this evening. We also have Jeff Conway on my far left, who is the Unified Government Legal Counsel. We have the following Board of Zoning Appeals Commissioners present tonight. Online, we have Commissioner Karen Jones. In the chambers, Commissioner Dwayne Beth. Online, Commissioner Joseph Strauss, Commissioner James Ernst. Here in the chambers, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong. Online, Commissioner Mark Mueller. Chambers, Rose Isles, and Commissioner Aaron Ward. With that, I will turn it over to Janet Parker, who will read the opening statement on how we'll handle tonight's meeting.
Mr. Chairman, did you say that Commissioner Armstrong is present?
Yes, she is here in the chambers. Sorry, she just showed up.
Okay. All right, thank you. We would like to welcome those present to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or are present in the Commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you are having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wykokck.org and let Secretary Parker know. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support or opposition that did not speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation, and the board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Mr. Chairman, before I call the first application, I would like to let the Board of Zoning Appeals know that BOZA 2023-049 for Catherine Meyer at 2139 Ball Lane has been withdrawn and will not be heard tonight.
All right, thank you.
Our first application is BOZA 2023-043, Grant Leslie, for property at 6111 Leavenworth Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leslie?
Hi.
Hi, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
Grant Leslie, 706 Middleton in Lee Summit, Missouri.
Okay.
We are changing the use of the building from currently a vacant building to the use for Wyandotte Behavioral Health for their medical facility and short-term interim housing for their patients and clients as for their need. We've been working with them for a year now, trying to find them housing and find them space for their huge need that they have in Wyandotte County. And we found this building, and my role is to work as an intermediary between the owner of the building and the client, which would be Wyandotte Behavioral Health, to make the building legal, successful, and workable for them for what they need.
Okay, and why are you here tonight?
Well, we have 3 different hearings, which I think are in 3 different places. We're changing zoning. We have a variance on square footage, and then we have a special use permit.
Okay, so the variance is why you're here for this meeting.
For this meeting,
Okay.
yes.
So you're needing to get a variance on the size of the dwellings?
Yeah, in one of the main floors, we have we worked with an architect to get smaller unit sizes for Wyandotte Behavioral's needs for at their recommendation, security for what they think is best for their clients and their tenants. And so we worked with the architect to use the building's existing footprint to work best for the owner and for Wyandotte Behavioral Health's space to make sure that it was successful for them. And that was under the Minimum requirement, square footage wise, for each dwelling unit. They're studio style instead of 1-bedroom units.
Okay. So they'll be between 176 and 252 square feet, correct?
Correct.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, it was just we worked really closely with Wyandotte Behavioral to make sure that we were making the building as workable and successful for them. And it was at the recommendation of Wyandotte Behavioral that we make the units smaller. I have our organization works with them on other units and other buildings, and the smaller unit size is actually more conducive to the success of their clients and their patients, so that they are more easy to work with and less conducive to squatters and different security issues. In addition to, we have the existing square footage there. We can't add to the existing square footage. It's capitally constrictive, to use the word. To make it financially productive, we had to make the units successful. We had to make the units that size for what the owner needed and what for Wyandotte Behavioral Health needed.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, the only one I have is how many units will be in the building?
So there's 7 interim units upstairs, and then 3 and I'm not entirely sure of the terminology, but they're intensive medical facilities in the basement, in the main floor. So 7 upstairs, 3 downstairs.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Isles?
Commissioner Isles, just one question. Have you spoken to the immediately adjacent neighbors?
Yeah, we had a meeting at at a building directly to the north of it that we have that we're developing as well. And we have reached out to them multiple times. We have not directly spoken to them. Yeah, knows the answer, but we've reached out multiple times to them. Are you talking about to the west?
Into your microphone.
No. Yeah, we knocked on their door multiple times.
Okay, Commissioner Jones?
I just wanted to ask the petitioner, do you have other similar property uses where the square footage is similar?
Yes, actually, we have piloted the shared housing program for Wyandotte Behavioral, which has been very successful. So instead of using one individual unit, which would be a traditional residential space, we have split the unit into 2 spaces for 1 unit. So they have like a shared kitchen, which isn't the exact same, but the square footage is very similar, and we found it to be very successful. The key is that they're overseen by the medical facility and the professionals there. That's what is the key to success on that, is the constant check-in. We have actually worked with them on a couple different buildings where we have traditional square footage sizes for 1-bedroom units, 600 square feet. The other one is 800 square feet just down the street. And we frequently have to send people over to get rid of squatters or friends that have made themselves present and have stayed there. So it's just a security issue to have larger square footage, just from the clientele. And I can't speak too much to the inner workings of the clientele. I'm just a developer, but it's been more difficult with larger units to deal with these patients than on a smaller scale, which is what we're
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand or come to the microphone. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting and we will go to Director Han and get his comment. Director, Gunnar, I'm going to need to promote you to panelist.
Gunnar Han, Director of Planning and Design. We're having some technical difficulties, so I'm not able to share my screen, which is why I'm sitting at the dais right now. So I'm gonna have to do this one without my slides, so I apologize for that. This case is being heard in conjunction with changes on 2023-021 and SUP 2023-058 later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, this is a variance request for size square feet of buildable space per unit. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area all along the Leavenworth Road, Midtown area neighborhood. We've received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation that would be addressed by the redevelopment of this property. Staff recommends the denial. We do have conditions of approval if need be.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? If not, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Gunnar, is your feeling that the project should just be redesigned?
I'm sorry,
Yes,
could you
sir.
say that
I have
again?
my-
Is it your opinion that it should be redesigned to meet the code standards with the square footage?
Staff's position is that we should not deviate from the minimum square footage. I think the applicant stated his case on why they want that request. So the decision is the Board of Zoning Appeals.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Straws.
I guess I was gonna ask him what his conditions of approval were in this process. I mean, if the client, what are, I guess that's the question, to not prolong that. That's for Gunnar to, what are those conditions? He says he
Mr. Ch-
recommends denial, but what are his recommendations for approval?
Mr. Chairman, those are on page 8 and 9 of the staff report.
Right, that's what I'm
This
looking
is
for.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Most of these are standard conditions about building permits, things we usually include in there, as well as some of the issues we have with the property itself. It's a very deep parcel. So the rear half of the property goes into basically the backyards of that entire single family neighborhood immediately to the south. This project is on the northern half of the parcel. Again, it's a split zone parcel. And the intent there was to keep the commercial uses on those parcels to the north and the residential's to the south. We're somewhere in the middle with this project, but split zoning is not a good practice. So we've been correcting those as they come in. The conditions relate to basically keeping the southern half of the property as open space and doing some additional screening and buffering for the neighbors, specifically the neighbor to the west, which is the single family home.
There are 12 conditions on pages 8 and 9, Commissioner Straws, of the staff report. Other questions for
I see.
staff? Okay, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Isles.
I'll make a motion to approve BOZA 2023-043 based on all of the stipulations and conditions provided by staff. I'll second.
Okay, motion made for approval by Commissioner Isles, subject to the additional staff requirements listed on pages 8 and 9 of the staff report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you in a little bit later at the commission. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Our next application is BOZA 2023-045. Yetta G. Meyer for property at 1406 Minnesota Avenue. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
My name is Keita Demire and the address is 1406 Minnesota Avenue.
Okay, I'm going to have you pull that microphone down just a little bit towards you. There you go. So we can hear you just a little bit better. Go ahead and tell us what you want to do.
We wanted to change our grocery store into a liquor store.
So you'll be closing down the grocery store in its entirety?
If we can, we wanted to keep the liquors, I mean, grocery as well.
So you want to have a grocery store that sells liquor?
Yes.
Okay, but it won't be exclusively a liquor store.
Um,
So you're planning on doing business as you have, but you're adding liquor to that.
Yes, we have been working in a grocery store for past few years now, and we were doing pretty good when we started. It was set for a community that was resettled here in Kansas City area as a refugee when they first got here, and it was very hard for all the Asian people or who are resettled to get groceries, which is from targeted country. So we started a grocery store back in 2016, and then my cousin started it at first, and then we took over in 2020. But a lot of community that we had in the area had moved out of state, and they're not in the area. When we started, it was about 300 to 500 families in the area, and now because of the population that has decreased by almost 80%, because I also work in a fitness community where we help all of our resettled refugees. And the decrease of the community makes our grocery store just, the sales went down and we weren't doing any good. So we did try different options if we could still keep it up with the grocery store, but it wasn't doing good. We tried some, we started not just a grocery, we started doing drinks and, like try to convert into a convenience store, but it wasn't doing any good. So that's when we, failure to trying with other stuff. We just wanted to change it into a liquor store if that will help us with the business to keep going.
Okay, and that requires a change of zone. So that's why you're here tonight. Okay,
Yes.
great. Anything else you want to add?
Yes, I myself grew up as a refugee, and when I first moved here, we always known the U.S. itself is a land of opportunity. We wanted to do something better or to help the community and then to make a living. So we wanted to start a small business where we tried. The first one is a grocery store, and if we could, we wanted to keep the grocery and then the liquor if possible, or how much ever we could sell. We have all kinds of spices that we sell, and we don't want to stop doing that. So if it's okay, we wanted to keep the grocery with the liquor.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Jones?
I just wanted to ask petitioner whether or not, do you think that you can be successful without the liquor being a part of your store? I heard you say you tried other things, but do you think there's success without the liquor piece?
Yes, we did try different toys for the targeting the kids and adding more spices and more product from like clothings and jewelries and different kind of drinks and things like that. But we were unsuccessful. And also,
You were unsuccessful.
yes.
Okay,
And also the area that we sell liquor on, the store that we have right now, we added beer about a year ago, and it's helping a little bit. And that's when we decided if we could add up liquor too, we might will be better up.
all right. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Just one other thought. You do realize that part of the reason you're having to ask for a variance is because of the proximity, the nearness within which you're near school.
Yes, we do have elementary school most of the time. It's the location that we have right now is Suburban, not in Arvin. It's in downtown area, and also the school that we have, the closest one is elementary. And in elementary school, I think a lot of kids are attend with the parent only. So I think that's one of the excuse, I guess, but I don't know.
Commissioner Jones, you have a follow-up? All right, thank you.
No,
Any other
thank you.
question? I'm sorry, any other questions? I will go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hand. Or if you're in the audience, please come up to the microphone. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. You're gonna have to excuse me. I'm operating in a different computer on one screen only, so it might be a little back and forth today. This case is being heard in conjunction with special use permit 2023-090 for Fort 8 liquor store. If this Board of Zoning Appeals variance is denied tonight, we cannot hear that special use permit later this evening. This is in the downtown area plan. Staff has received support letters from the applicant, no opposition. There is a history of notices of violation that would be expected in a use like this, as well as the context that it's in an urban area. A lot of graffiti, for instance, all have been rectified. Staff does recommend denial as it hits 3 of those buffer areas: a place of worship, I believe it's a school, and another liquor store. I would also note that liquor stores in the state of Kansas can only have 20% of their shelf space for non-liquor and alcohol uses. So the idea of having a convenience store and a liquor store sort of isn't allowed. That 20% is meant for mixers, snacks, things of that nature. So liquor stores are separate from convenience stores.
So in order for them to have the liquor store, they would have to condense the size of their other sales to 20%.
I think the state might have something to say about that. I can't speak for them, but that 20% isn't necessarily freeboard for anything else. It has to be related to the liquor store, i.e. mixers, snacks, and the like. So having her type of specific grocery store might be an issue for them. Again, I can't speak for the state of Kansas.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Strauss.
I think that was going to be my point for Director Hand. I don't think this is even a viable state solution. So I don't know if we get this far in our process without them even checking whether they can do this or not. As far as I know, Kansas will not allow you to sell grocery and liquor in the same place. That's the reason why we can't have hard liquor in our Walmarts and in our grocery stores. So not quite for sure if we've even researched the fact that this is a viable business option, period, before we got this far.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. We researched it. That's why I made the statement. Again, I think there's a way where she could physically separate it, but it would basically be 2 entrances to the same building. So, I mean, there's a way here, but the way that she's describing the business in a single space is not allowed. That is correct.
Anything else, Commissioner Strauss? All right, thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand? If not, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to deny BOZA case number 2023-45. Based on the it doesn't meet the requirements and it's too close to a school. The place,
All right, thank
the
you.
house of.
All right, thank you. Motion is made for denial by Commissioner Jones for the reason stated by the maker. Is a second, Commissioner Ernst? All right, thank you. We moved to seconded for denial. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal for the reasons stated passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is BOZA 2023-047. Lisa Collins with BRR Architecture for property at 10824 Parallel Parkway. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Collins, are you in the audience? Are you online? Wait a minute. Okay, I've got Scott Pfeiffer. Are you representing the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, please. Give us your name, address, and tell us about this project.
My name is Scott Pfeiffer. I'm with BRR Architecture. And I am completely and totally blanking on there we go. 8131 Metcalf Avenue, Suite 300, Overland Park, Kansas, 66204.
Okay, and why don't you tell us about this project, what you're here tonight for?
So we are here tonight for signage variance. I believe that there are 6 variances that we are applying for. Basically, we are putting more wall signs than what are allotted on the facades. We are below the square footage requirements. And then let's see. I believe that's really it. Yeah, really the signs are already on the building. We are slightly changing them up and adding a couple additional signs to it. There is also an existing monument sign on the site that is, we believe, owned by the developer that also needs to get a setback variance for it.
So all the signs and everything have been erected and they're on the building?
So sorry about that. Let me clarify. We have existing signs on the building. Most of these signs are going back to replace the existing signs. This has not been done yet.
So none of these are on the building or have been erected?
No. There are just existing signs already on the building in their place.
And they're being replaced
Correct.
with the ones that you're requesting the variance for?
Yes.
All
I
right,
believe
thank
we
you.
do have, what did I say? An additional, we get a net increase of 3. So we will be putting on 3 additional signs on top of replacing the existing signs on the building.
All right, anything else you want to add?
I don't believe so. No.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Commissioner Ward?
The monument sign, are we talking about the monument sign that is at the corner on Parallel Parkway?
That is correct. Yes.
And there's already a sign there that has Walmart on it, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And so are you wanting to erect a new sign and take that one down, or this is a totally different one?
No, it's that existing sign. From what we could tell from the variances that were sent over to us, the existing sign does not meet code. And so basically we're submitting variances to allow it to be there.
So that one is there.
Yes, correct. Yeah, we're not putting up a new one.
All right, so this one here is a beg for forgiveness, not ask for permission thing.
I believe so. I'm not sure. It has been there for years, and as far as we can tell, it's not a Walmart owned monument sign. It's actually developer owned.
Okay. Commissioner Ward, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just, so, I mean, it says here that you're wanting a variance of 6 more feet. So it's going to be higher than the current one is now, or it's just staying the same?
No. So it's staying the same. We're only refacing the existing sign. So the Walmart sign that's currently on this developer owned monument sign, we're just calling to reface it. So we're going to repaint it and put on new letters. That's the only thing that we're doing to that monument sign. I
Okay.
believe the variances are for that it's bigger, it's closer than what are allowed.
Okay, that's why I was trying to figure that out. And with a violation of 6 feet, I thought you were going to put a new one in that was taller than what we already have there.
No.
Okay.
All right, other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? In favor or in opposition? Anyone online, raise your hand. Okay, Paul Bush.
Yeah, hi, this is Paul Bush. I'm market president representing First State Bank and Trust at 10900 Parallel Parkway there in Kansas City, Kansas. We were notified of the pending request for variance due to the proximity to the subject Walmart property. I guess I am speaking in opposition due to the general appearance of the neighborhood with the additional signage. Just have concerns about that. Walmart right now, it's my opinion that the general appearance of the exterior grounds of the property are inadequate. And specifically, I'm calling attention to the appearance of the water detention basin located to the west of the subject Walmart building improvement. That detention basin has litter, trash, and debris surrounding the shoreline of the basin and storm drainage grate to the north of the basin. And, the basin also has shopping carts partially submerged in that at really any time I checked this evening, there's one in the water now. And it's an eyesore to the neighborhood. I think Walmart has a duty to the adjacent commercial and residential properties to maintain their property. And additionally, there's a problem in that area with shopping carts. Their shopping carts frequently litter the area outside of their property in the surrounding neighborhood. There's really no mechanism for Walmart. We call over there and say, hey, can you pick these up? And there's no relief. We have to physically take them back at our expense. So I think, again, that's an eyesore to the neighborhood. I drove around this evening and noticed that there were still, they're out there. And so somebody needs to be patrolling that. So if the variance is approved, I do think that Walmart should be required to adequately maintain the appearance of that water detention basin, but picking up the litter, debris, and removing shopping carts from the basin on an ongoing basis moving forward. It's important to maintain the appearance of the neighborhood and to keep that storm drain free from debris. Additionally, Walmart needs a plan of action to keep those shopping carts on their property and a system or process for retrieval should they be taken off premises. We need to know who to call and when to reasonably expect retrieval of their property. Again, Walmart, I think, has that duty to the other businesses and residents in the area to control their property. That's all.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak in favor or in opposition of this case? Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we have multiple variances related to signage on the property. Variances 1 through 3 are related to the wall signs. Variances 4 through 6 are related to the monument sign. This property received a variance for its current signage when it was initially developed. Since that time, the sign ordinance has changed. So when they came back to request more signs on the property, we felt we would give them an updated variance for the existing monument sign, and that's why 4, 5, and 6. So there's a couple of clarifications that I need to add on top of that. So first, I believe the staff report was incorrect and said we recommend denial of 4 through 6. We would recommend approval of 4 through 6, denial of 1 through 3. We believe that the existing signage is more than sufficient to allow them to move forward. But to follow up on the rest of the comments staff has, I'll just quickly go through all of that. Again, this is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. Again, there are some old notices of violation. You can see in this aerial, I believe this is the detention basin that we're talking about here, which is not the property of Walmart. So I think there's 2 things I would recommend. There is no nexus between this variance case and the maintenance of that detention basin. So between the applicant's representative connecting with their client and telling them what happened tonight and the comments they received, I think staff will also investigate and issue a notice of violation for those for that detention basin. We can also connect with our Public Works Department that does an annual inspection of all detention basins in Kansas City, Kansas. So I think we can address that elsewhere. I don't think we should do it here, like as a condition of approval, because there's no nexus. So again, in synopsis, staff does recommend denial of 1 through 3, approval of 4 through 6. Again, because they're just swapping out the signage there. They're proposing to add a couple new signs on the wall for 1 through 3. And then we do have conditions of approval if.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Gunnar, I just have one. Relative to the testimony of the public. Do we periodically send anybody to inspect the Walmart area to make sure that they are keeping up with their design plan that was originally approved? I mean, we had this discussion a few years ago when they wanted to put the lockers out and they were denied because of their failure to adhere to many of the original design guidelines for that store. And they don't continue to, not really do anything to the store to make it better.
So in the Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, in the almost 4 years.
I'm not going to turn this into a Walmart, garage
Sure.
session. At the same time,
Sure.
I'd like to know what's being done because, considering it's around the corner from my house, I have to look at it all the time, drive around those shopping carts that are out in the streets and every place else, in addition to semi trucks being parked on their lot at all hours of the night, so on and so forth.
So, well, Walmart does allow semis to sleep overnight on their premises. That's like a known quantity of all truckers in the world.
Whether or not Walmart allows it, what does the city allow? What is our design guidelines? What do we say about it? Because can we turn it into a semi parking lot?
No, we cannot. And so.
But yet it is because Walmart allows it.
Okay, understood. So in the 4 years that I've been here, we've had probably 2 or 3 cases related notice of violation cases. Most of them have been in the rear of the Walmart as it abuts a single family neighborhood. They were doing some stuff they weren't supposed to do as per their conditions of approval.
Deliveries and such.
Outside storage.
Right. Shipping
things
containers.
shipping containers, things of that nature. But again, when I send our zoning enforcement folks out to look at the detention basin, I think we can look at the conditions of approval of the broader project and address those as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Any other discussions or questions? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Question, Commissioner Armstrong?
Oh, no, I was gonna, I'm ready with the motion.
Go ahead.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Zoning Appeals approve variances 4 through 6 as meeting all the requirements of the city code and being in the interest of public health, safety, and general welfare, and also subject to staff comments and stipulations. And then also to deny the variances 1 through 3. Can it be one motion? Okay, yeah. Deny variances 1 through 3 and then approve variances 4 through 6.
And your reasons for denial on 1, 2, 3.
The reasons for denial of 1, 2, 3 is, as staff stated, the signage is already appropriate and variance is not needed.
All right, thank you. Motion is made for approval of variances 1, 2, and motions made for denial for variances 1, 2, and 3 for the reasons stated by the maker, and to approve variances 4, 5, and 6.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, Commissioner Jones? You were just
No, I
going
was
for the
just
second?
gonna second.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any discussions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Nay.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny appeal 1, 2, and 3 and to approve appeals 4, 5, and 6, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. And for those of you waiting for the City Planning Commission to begin, we have 2 more cases to hear, and then we'll move directly into that meeting after a 5-minute break. So I appreciate your patience, and we'll be with you shortly.
Our next application is BOZA 2023-050 Eugene McKissick for property at 8315 Cernich Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Mr.
Thank you.
McKissick, are you in the audience? Mr. McKissick, I need you to go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and give us your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name is Eugene McKissick. My address is 8315 Cernich Road. And I'm applying for variance to construct a accessory building in front of my house over the maximum size allowed by ordinance.
Okay, you want to give us any more explanation on why you want it in the front yard and why you want it to be to exceed the minimum, or excuse me, the maximum allowable square footage?
Yes, sir. So the topography of my property is basically uphill to the south from the front of my property toward the rear of my property heading south. The home is an earth contact home that was constructed by a builder. I was not the builder. I did not have anything to do with the planning of how the home sat on the property. So it created a property where the only real usable area is in front of the home to construct any kind of accessory building. The residence only has it's basically an oversized 1-car garage. So as far as room to store such things as like a tractor to maintain the property, mowers, weed eaters, all of these kind of things to maintain the property, remove snow, that kind of thing. The 1,000 square foot maximum just probably isn't sufficient enough to be able to possibly store a vehicle in the building and to store the necessary equipment to maintain the property.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a variance request for the size and location of an accessory structure. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the North Midtown area. Staff received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are some old notices of violation on the property. All have been rectified. Staff does recommend denial. We do have conditions of approval if need be. Essentially, staff contends that during the original design of the house, siting of the house, this all could have been addressed within a year, work back the applicants back with the proposed building at this location. The conditions of the conditions of approval, if the Board of Zoning Appeals moves in that direction, basically asks for additional screening and buffering of the accessory use in the front yard. I would add that if the Board of Zoning Appeals is moving forward with approval, that you would approve the location in the front yard, because it is admittedly a steep slope everywhere else on the property, but not approve the size increase.
All right, thank you. Was the home built prior to, during this ownership by this applicant?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Other questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Isles.
Mr. Hand, in that picture, I think it's on the next slide or maybe the one after that. Would this building sit where that car is parked?
Essentially, it's approximately right here at this location off of the main driveway, and it would be facing the main driveway, not facing the road. So the garage doors would, let's get a site plan. Yeah. Garage doors would face page left and the road is page south.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Hand?
I do.
Commissioner Ward?
This one, this is obviously this isn't in a neighborhood, and where's the nearest neighbor that would actually see any kind of an outbuilding? Nowhere.
Just gonna Director of Planning and Design. Anybody driving down Stearns Road?
Other questions for the director? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Strauss,
I'm gonna make a motion to approve BOZA 2023-50 the location and the building size of where it sits on this piece of property.
Your motion is to approve both as requested?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Commissioner Isles?
Do you want it to be subject, Commissioner Strauss, do you want it to be subject to the conditions?
Yes, with the additional screening, to, I guess, shield the building from Cernage Road.
Great, thanks.
All right, so the motion is for approval of both variants 1 and 2 with the staff stipulations that were included for approval if necessary, correct? Is
Yes.
that okay, Commissioner Ward, with a second?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Armstrong,
Nay.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Nay.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion 1, 2, 5, that motion to approve variances 1 and 2, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and 3 opposed.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our last appeal on the agenda is BOZA 2023-051. Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli for property at 1300 North 59th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to promote Amy Grant as she has some slides to show. There we go.
All right. Mr. Peterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kurt Peterson, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. Here on behalf of the developer, which is Marion Development Group. We're before you today in this body, Board of Zoning Appeals, seeking a variance from the minimum required parking for a new multifamily development proposed for the vicinity of the northwest quadrant of 59th Street and State Avenue. As you know, the city expects to adopt a new parking zoning code soon, which will include new minimum parking requirements, which is relevant to what I'm about to say. Under the current zoning code, this particular project, which again is a multifamily project, would require a minimum of 326 parking stalls, current code, while providing the plan that will be for you as Planning Commission 268. So that's a deficit of 58 parking stalls. And then that's why we're here. That's the only reason we're in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals. However, under the proposed zoning code that we all expect to be approved, the proposed use here would require a minimum of 180 parking stalls, with developer proposing 268 spaces, which is 1.5 per, and surplus of 88 parking spaces. So you can see under the new code, it completely reverses and we have even more than we need. But we also, as I'll explain more into the Planning Commission, this developer has been in this space for a long time and knows how many parking stalls they need. So they do want a little bit of a surplus under the new code, but they know that 268 is right for this project. So this developer is providing the parking that it finds necessary without doing the proverbial sea of parking, which is why the zoning code is approving lower minimum parking going forward. We want to preserve it for more utilization of building and green space and open space. So that's the substance, very short. Hopefully short and sweet, but I did want to make one technical remark here. So I'm looking at the chairman and others too, but the chairman especially, you've heard me say this before, and I mean it. This is for easy button. The context of what I'm about to say really is to keep things clean. The BOZA staff report has a total of 25 stipulations. As you check me, and Gunnar will too, only the first really speaks to this. The other, that is 2 through 25, speak to what I'd really like to keep clean and talk to the Planning Commission about. I'll only talk to a couple stipulations there under a different standard of review, if you know what I mean, that really aren't a BOZA item. So with your permission, but understand why I'm saying this, we would ask for your support for this variance related to parking that I briefly described for the reasons discussed. and then to strike stipulations or conditions of approval 2 through 25, all of which are going to be are listed in the staff report for you in front of Planning Commission, and that's where they respectfully properly belong. I'd be happy to answer any questions any of you have about this variance.
All right, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. And right now, the only discussion we're going to hear is about the parking variance. The plan itself, if you're against the plan or that kind of thing, that'll be at the later meeting. So,
A later meeting tonight?
yes.
Oh.
So is that what you want to speak to, is the entire plan itself?
Yeah,
Do you have anything you want to say about the parking?
No, other than if they don't have enough parking, where are they gonna park? You know, there is no.
Why don't you go ahead and come to the mic and give us your name, and you can ask that question so it goes on the record. Go ahead and pull that down. Your name and address, please.
My name is Vicki Owens and I live at 1233 North 59th,
Okay, so you're right in proximity.
right across from it.
Okay.
So
You're-
if they don't have enough parking in their area for stuff, there's no parking along the street there. And I definitely don't want them parking my driveway, which happens quite often as it is.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
so that's my concern on that part. I'll be back
All
to
right,
voice
and-
my concern on the rest of it.
And I will look forward to hearing from you.
Thank-
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this case? Yes, ma'am. Sir, sorry,
That's
took
all
off
right,
the mask.
that's all
It
right.
makes all the difference in the world.
Now you see the hair.
My apologies.
My name is Gene Holland, 1325 North 59th Street. I was actually born at 1315. We built a house next door a little bit later. Our concern is the same as Vicky's. If there's not enough parking space there, there's no place else to park. 59th Street's the only street with an entrance. So if people end up having overflow, or if there's parties or anything else that would require extra parking, there's just no place else for them to park. And the road is dangerous.
All right, thank you very much. Sir. Anyone else? That mask makes all the difference in the world. Check online. Okay, I have Z Harrison. Z Harrison.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Zachary Harrison and I'm at 1425 North 59th Street. Was the proposed parking lot going to be made out of asphalt or gravel?
I'm assuming that would be asphalt.
Okay, so if the asphalt, we already have issues down there. I don't know if the city's addressed it or not with flooding at the bottom of that hill. So if this parking lot is that's a large area right there. I'm born and raised on 59th as well. Very dangerous street as people like to speed. I don't know, everybody's heading to work or whatnot. But once you cover that up, we're going to have even more issues. It goes all the way down. I think you probably have a map in front of you. Down into Coronado Hills is where that creek goes all the way through. They recently built a Schlegel Stadium directly behind my residence. I want to say about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe more. But that also, they did a lot of drainage that goes down there into the creek. So when it goes down to the bottom of the street, it floods. So that whole hill, I don't know how many acres it is. I want to say probably 5 or 6 acres over there. If they're going to cover up with residents as well as with asphalt, they're going to have drainage issues that are going to go all the way down into Coronado Hills. And even further, I used to walk the creek when I was younger, so I know where it goes. But that's where
Your
my
issue your issue is with the parking lot, not with the number of parking spaces.
It don't matter how many, if they put them on top of each other, I don't care. Mine is with the parking lot itself. Yes.
Okay, well, we'll get back to you on that when we get to the full proposal. And if they decide to put cars on top of each other, I want to see that too.
Ditto.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Rivas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
Sure. Betsy Rivas, 1241 North 59th Street. My property is right across from where they're trying to build, and echoing what has already been said by the neighbors, there is no other spot to park, and my property being right in front is prime spot for that. It has happened before when there is either maintenance happening to any of our electricity or plumbing vehicles tend to use that as a free parking area as well. So it is a concern for me that my property will become a free-for-all for the tenants that are going to come, our visitors. So that is my opposition to it.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak in favor or in opposition? Okay, seeing no more, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. Peterson, do you have anything you wanted to comment on based on neighbor comments?
Chairman, only if there's questions, I'd go as deep as the commission needs to go.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This variance case, BOZA case, is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2023-017 and Plan Review 2023-034 later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, the applicant described the parking variance request as well as a point of reference, which is typical for what we do for parking variances in the proposed zoning code that is now 4 years almost on hold. There would be a surplus if that new code were adopted. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area, right in the Midtown neighborhood. I think that button is actually off a little bit. That's fine. Staff before this evening received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff does recommend approval of the parking variance. To address the applicant's comments, we've gone a little bit back and forth a couple of times on this. Staff still feels like this case should be connected through the conditions of approval with the other cases. If the Board of Zoning Appeals does not agree, staff would contend that at least conditions 2 through 4 should be included, as this is 2 parcels removed from our largest transportation transit corridor, State Avenue. So access to State Avenue for these uses, which would ideally reduce potentially the need for parking, is absolutely a nexus for this case.
All right, so you would prefer to see all the conditions continue through to the other side?
Yes, and if they did continue through, based on what I know from the applicant, they would request again a conversation about the sidewalks in totality. And if we did keep all of those conditions of approval for the BOZA case, we'd have to also look at condition number 12. They've asked that that be addressed as well, and that's regarding downspouts. Again, that's a standard condition for other things. So if the Board of Zoning Appeals wants to keep all the conditions of approval, staff would recommend amending number 12 to allow either downspouts internalized or painted to match the color of the buildings, which we do often, but specifically keep all of the sidewalk conditions so that we maintain connectivity to State Avenue.
And those are items 2 through 4?
Create connectivity to State Avenue, excuse me. Yeah. Yes, if the Board of Zoning Appeals wanted to consolidate it just to the conditions of approval with a nexus to the parking variance, staff would recommend we keep 1 through 4.
1 through 4. All right, questions for Director Hand? Okay, I will entertain a motion when ready.
Chairman, I don't
Yeah.
often do this. I really don't, but that's a big deal. I haven't had a chance to respond to Gunnar. So with your permission, I'd like to respond because again, that's not what we expected.
All right, go ahead.
Pretty big deal. So I'm prepared with my planning commission presentation. I seriously was trying to keep it simple and straightforward because I honestly don't think this is proper here. If I've never in my history of the project in Wyandotte County with a variance that's this straightforward. It's still this body. I don't make the decision, this body does. I respect that. But it is very similar to many cases we've had that doesn't have anything to do with the sidewalk. I am fully prepared for this body to make their recommendation on the merits of the sidewalk issue, which takes 5 or 6 minutes to talk about in multiple exhibits and all that. Please, I don't see that needing to be connected to this because what that does is it takes the sidewalk issue and makes it the body only decision. It never goes to the Board of County Commissioners if it gets made by this body. And I don't think that's what the code was written for the sidewalk issue, which doesn't need a variance to become, I'd have to go to district court. I rarely take this sort of position to tone. I truly believe that belongs 30, 40, whatever, 90 minutes from now on the planning commission agenda. I think we need to keep apples, oranges, oranges separate. I just don't think it goes, we'll have a great debate over it. You guys will make the recommendation. I don't think it belongs in this form right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gunnar, any response? Legal counsel, any response?
Jeff.
Yes.
Jeff Conway, legal. I am sorry. I have a sore throat tonight.
All right, sorry about that.
I probably keep it short and say that it may be the better route to break out the sidewalk and have debate separately.
Okay.
I can't go into detail. Sorry.
All right. And again, to break that out would be what, Gunnar, pulling out 1 through 4? If we were to do that.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Plan and Design. Well, first, I think parking relates to mobility, so I do believe there's a nexus here with the sidewalk and and the project's connection to State Avenue. I defer to the wisdom of the Board of Zoning Appeals. If you wanted to keep it out,
Because whatever's approved at this meeting does not go before the board. Does
correct,
not travel to the BOCC. So that's why it's important.
correct. If you wanted to strip it clean, as the applicant suggested, then you would strip it clean
All right.
of all conditions.
Questions for legal counsel or for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones.
I just wanted to say I can hear all of what legal counsel was saying, so I'm not sure what the bottom line recommendation was. Can it be repeated or?
Legal counsel said that they should be removed.
The stipulation should be removed, separate them.
That was his statement, yes.
All right. Any further questions for legal or for Director Hand? If not, I will stand for a motion when ready. Mr. Strauss.
I'm take a stab at this real quick. I'm going to recommend approval of BOZA 2023-051 with the only variance condition of number 1, strike 2 through 24 to be dealt with in the Planning Commission.
All right. Which ones are you striking?
We're going to strike 2 through, I believe it's 24 if I'm looking at my, all right, it's actually 2 through 25. I'm sorry.
So you're leaving stipulation 1 in.
It's leaving stipulation 1 in, and we will deal with 2 through 25 in the Planning Commission meeting.
All right. Motion is made for approval of the parking variance, striking conditions 2 through 25 to be dealt with at the Planning Commission. Is that correct, Commissioner Strauss?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Was that a second, Commissioner Jones? Okay. So it's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Commissioner Ernst.
I would only say that the board should expect to do this almost every time from here on out. And I don't necessarily think it's a good idea.
All right. Thank you. Good point.
I didn't hear it.
Go ahead. Can you want to go ahead and state that again, Commissioner Ernst?
Given what I know after 12 some years, I think that we will get this same request from here on out with this as a precedent. And I just don't think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Commissioner Ward?
I guess it all depends on who's adding the stipulations before this meeting. If the stipulations don't belong with this, they shouldn't be in this packet in the first place. They should have been with the Planning Commission. So I think it also depends on who's putting those stipulations in to begin with.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Armstrong,
Nay.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Nay.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Nay.
did you say no? Okay, sorry. Moeller,
Nay.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve with only leaving condition number 1 in as the condition fails. 2 in favor, 6 opposed.
So that means the parking variance fails as well.
Well, we can
Just the
entertain a new
motion.
motion,
Sorry.
just the motion. We can entertain a new motion
Oh,
now.
correct. All right, thank you. Is there another motion? On the parking variance?
Chairman, don't I need to present now, just to be clear? Because now it's a whole nother situation, right? Now I need to give the whole presentation that, because it'd be out of order, right? I get the planning commission and the BOZA has already made the decision. It's not appealable. So I'm gonna be quiet, let you guys think about it, but I think Gunnar Hand's gonna agree. This is what I was saying at the beginning. I can give the whole presentation. I didn't think it made a lot of sense, but I'm ready to when you tell me to.
Legal.
Which I asked at the beginning, to be clear, I was upfront with the commission that if we're gonna go this path, it's a whole nother presentation. Otherwise, I would never have an opportunity to discuss all the substance and the slides and about the sidewalks.
Commission staff would recommend we allow the applicant to give the presentation.
right.
Again, if we do it now, we can cut that time out later this evening.
All right.
So it'll
Neither here nor
literally
there.
be done, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
neither
All right, for those of you that are on the planning commission agenda up front, I apologize for this, but we're gonna go ahead and hear this case. Go ahead.
can you please, Miss Janet, sorry, Chairman, are you saying something? The slides will be directed by Miss Grant if she can.
I was gonna say, do we have Amy? I think we've
Yeah,
got Amy moved
she's
over.
on panelist.
I'm gonna wait for her to. It's disabled. If you don't mind, we'll just wait a second until that goes through.
Ms. Grant, are you there?
She's sitting right here.
Oh,
and
okay.
rather than Mr. Hand having to go through slides and point out things, Miss Grant's gonna do it. So as long as she's promoted, we'll start.
Okay, that's fine. I've got her on this one as too. All right.
Oh, good. Good to go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission, BOZA, I should say, Commissioners. Kurt Peterson, again, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri, here on behalf of the Marion Development Group. The developer representative here is Shelby Miles that has flown in. I also have Tyler Wysong, our civil engineer. So a quick note, as I always try to do when you have a massive project like this, try to give you a sense for who Marion is, who's coming into the community, who's trying to at least. They're based in Kentucky. They were founded 22 years ago. They specialize in all sorts of housing developments all over the country. They've completed $500 million in development projects so far. This would be their first investment in Wyandotte County. I can say again, from an EDC perspective, we're thrilled they're here. This investment would be approximately $45 million into this corridor on State Avenue, which again, I know we're all thrilled about. The first slide I want to put on the screen is the aerial, which will show you the 9-acre property that we're dealing with here. It's bounded by 59th Street to the east. Everybody just keep hoping it'll happen. It has industrial uses and State Avenue directly to the south. It has a mobile home park, which is Carroll Creek Mobile Home Park to the west. And then finally to the north, there's single family. To show you the access, as I'm wishing it onto the screen. Maybe a quick pause. We're sharing screen. Let's maybe try it one more time. This is supposed to make it easier. That's looking good right there. So let's go to that second slide. Is that you, Amy, controlling it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we just talked about the site, which is hashed on the screen. We also want to point out the access. There's 2 access points on the 59th, both of which are 59th Street, one in more the northern part of that eastern frontage you see there, and one on the southern part of the eastern frontage. Now going to the project on the next slide. This is, like I said, a multifamily housing community. There'd be 6 buildings. You can see them in kind of a tan color on the screen. They're 3-story in height with pitched roofs. I say 3-story. You see the hashing there on 2 of those buildings. North is to your right, by the way, to get your bearings. 59th Street is on your right. Those hashings are you're walking down the hill, so that's actually a 3-4 split, right? You're looking at a taller building when you're downhill. There's 180 units across these 6 buildings. The amenities provided are a clubhouse, which you can see where the cursor is there on the screen. Attached to that is an outdoor gathering space with a picnic area. There's a playground area over there at the southern end, and there's also bike racks and a lot of open space. The architecture for these buildings is masonry brick and fiber cement siding, so very solid. Now, a quick aside on target demographics here for this community, so that you get a sense for how perfectly situated this is in Kansas City, Kansas. This is a low-income housing tax credit project, and as I said, a matter of at least within the last few months to this body, that conjures up a lot of images in a lot of our minds, especially kind of old school. But these days, what that means is we're going to get an absolutely market rate sort of quality project, top shelf, but it's made affordable through federal tax credits that the U.S. government provides. So please don't let your mind wander anything but high quality. This is $45 million of investment. The only difference is the tax credits are made available to the developer, and then rents are kept capped for a long period of time so that certain demographics can be the renters. And who are those folks? Are they people without jobs, as I said last time? Absolutely not. You wouldn't be able to afford to live here. These are attainable housing. These are people that have jobs. The least expensive is $600 a month. The most expensive is $1,700 a month. So there's an entire range. And all of that is to target police officers, teachers, UG employees, nurses, and others, because we have an extreme need for skilled jobs up and down, particularly this very corridor on State Avenue from Providence to the junior college, to Village West, to Amazon, to Urban Outfitters. And I could go on and on. There's a great need for attainable housing for the workers that we need in our area that are very important to our economy and our community. So just a note, this isn't a speech that just this body's getting, but the Planning Commission all across the metro in Kansas City is getting the same speech, because everybody needs housing for these important jobs, these important employees. So with that, the reason I just did all this run up now and not in a little bit with Planning Commission is because we do have a couple of conditions to discuss. Now, there's 25 conditions, as we talked about just a moment ago, but there's only 2 that we'd like to have you specially consider. We're okay with the other 23. The first is the one that is the reason we're talking about this right now. It is stipulation or condition of approval number 2, dealing with sidewalks. And the chairman always gets grumpy if we go too long. The condition after this takes seconds. This one will take a few minutes, 5 or 6 minutes, please. So city staff had indicated that sidewalks were required under the citywide comprehensive plan. More specifically, staff has asked that a sidewalk be provided from the subject property, which again is on the screen. North is facing up to the right, I should say, right? So that's the length of our property along 59th that you're looking at. But they'd asked that the sidewalk be taken from our property all the way south to State Avenue. There are several reasons that we'd like you to consider why this is not proper to attach to this particular developer in this situation. So going to the next slide. The first has to do with right-of-way. So I want to get your bearings. It's important. This picture tells a lot. The yellow that you see at the top is the southern part of our site, right? And off to the right of the screen, north is up, is 59th Street. And when you get all the way down 59th, you terminate at State Avenue. The red that you're seeing that's dotted is the existing right-of-way that the UG has. To the direct south of our yellow boundary there is an industrial property there. You can see that building. That's what a kind of turned L. And then same thing directly south of that. So we have frontage all along there as you get down to State. Now, there is not enough existing right of way to continue a sidewalk from our property, right where the cursor is, right, the edge of our property south. You can see how narrow the right of way is around that 59th Street. And so this would require, if we were required as a stipulation to move forward with our project, we would have to go obtain right of way from a private citizen to the south. Now, on the record in public, I don't want to be in a position of speculating, even though we had this business owner attend our neighborhood meeting, and maybe you could read the minutes and speculate whether that would be right away we'd be able to acquire. We don't have any special way to acquire that right away if that person doesn't want to provide the right of way at any cost. So that would be the first item here as we talk about, should this developer tonight, when you make a recommendation, should the developer be required to put in a sidewalk to move forward with this project all the way down to State Avenue when they don't have the right of way? The second item to consider is down where it crosses. So if you follow from the edge of our site again, we're walking south, don't have right of way right there, but you get right here and the right of way flares out. There's not a right of way problem anymore. Now what we have is a really long double access area. See all the pavement there? That's actually two different business access points, and with kind of what do we call it? Roller derby. If you know what I mean? There's nothing. It's just a huge area of concrete or asphalt, whatever it is. So to make that safe, because the Eugene or a developer is ever going to put in a sidewalk that's not safe, you have to do several things. So first, you have to create some sort of area of refuge, I guess, as traffic people call it, right? So you'd have to, if we want to go to the next slide, I believe it'll zoom in. So get our bearings again, guys. State Avenue at the bottom, you're seeing the closest industrial property, State Avenue, and the southern part, right, of the next one. So those are the two. And you can go down to the bump out there. See that bump out, which doesn't exist now? That's somebody being able to go in and put in a big concrete median there to break up that huge gap in that drive area. Because you have to have pedestrians. You can't have a sidewalk walk across that. It's just not safe. It would never be done. So you create some refuge right there. While you're doing that, if you go just north of that, see how we've narrowed down their drive entry? See the blockage over to the left a little bit, the speckled that right there? That's blocking off part of their drive, right? So we can get a proper width to be able to have a sidewalk cross here. Now you step over to I said the harbor area where you put in that. And now we need to get across the street. And why do you need to get across the street? I could go on. There's all sorts of problems with trying to continue that sidewalk down to the south on that side. Staff agrees, you have to cross the street. So now we cross over to the east side of the street. Now what you encounter is you need to put in a retaining wall because the grades are really falling off just to the north of that cursor there, down that hill. So you have to put a retaining wall there. And then as you continue south down towards State Avenue, while this is not insurmountable, I'm trying to get you to see the accurate overall feel of what's going on here. You need to dodge utility boxes, I think a light pole, power line, fire hydrant, and then connect to State Avenue. That gives you a sense of what is and isn't within our control when you decide whether you think a private developer trying to put $45 million in a project should be required to be able to move forward to put that sidewalk in, which things are just out of their control. But also I want to look at not just whether it's feasible, but also whether one is needed. So given the fact that there aren't any retail or commercial businesses that our folks are able to walk to, you just have industrial there to the south. A vast majority of our residents will rely on vehicles for travel. Vast majority. I mean, you just have to. Now, should we have a few residents that do want to use the bus system? And we hope there are for sure. Most of us would agree that kind of like I say, the water principle, which water is going to flow to the easiest place, just always does. We do that too as drivers, and we do that as people that walk. So if you look at the screen again and you see the southwest corner where the cursor is going of our property, it's weird when it's an aerial, right? But just imagine that's built out with, we have internal sidewalks all around our site. The quickest way to get the heck out of there and get to the bus stop is just to walk down there. The grades are easy. You get to 59th Place and you go down and the bus stop is proximate to that intersection with State Avenue. So just from a real world, which I know you all think that way too, rather than go through the heroics of things that this developer can't even control, that's how the few people that don't have a car are going to get to the bus stop. Finally, let's briefly discuss again this idea that I've both started with and I want to end with it when we talk about sidewalks. This is approximately $100,000 improvement to do the sidewalk project for a project that's trying to be attainable. Literally by definition, that's what it's trying to do. But I wouldn't just say that. I have to say that because it's relevant. The bigger part is we literally would be required to do something we're not capable of doing, or we may not be capable. We would leave here with something that can only be appealed to district court. That wasn't part of my talk because I couldn't imagine we were going to be having this conversation right now at BOZA. But now that this is part of this record, if we couldn't do it, we would have to appeal to district court and say we can't get that access easement or right of way dedicated, and we'd be stuck on a $45 million project. So with that, concluding the one that took a while, condition number 2, we would request that condition number 2 be deleted. But as a caveat, as a footnote, we would be perfectly happy to put in a sidewalk along our property. That's no big deal. We think the smartest thing is to make the stipulation to have us do it once someday the UG finds a way to put in the sidewalk down to state. I mean, that's just kind of common sense. Otherwise, it's a sidewalk to nowhere. But either way, that's not the issue. The issue is taking on things that absolutely we have no control over, as I described. So that's why we'd ask that you delete stipulation 2. The quick other one Gunnar has already made reference to, but for the record, I need to say it. Condition number 12 has to do with downspouts. And this requires internalization. And with every other multifamily project we've done, when we have pitched roofs, which is more residential-like, we always are able to put the downspouts, and we try to move them to the corners where possible. If we need specific language on that, I actually have a slide we could go to if you'd like to look at that. But this is something we've done on every multifamily project to date. So we'd ask either that you delete that stipulation, or if you want to modify it as we have done on every other project, then that would be fine as well. Those are the only 2 stipulations we'd like you to carefully consider, especially because we're sitting in the Board of Zoning Appeals and not the Planning Commission. Lastly, we'd like to quickly highlight, this is again just for the record, I don't think this is controversial, one of the requested deviations for the proposed amenities. So as staff indicated in the staff report, this sort of multifamily development requires 1 major amenity and 2 smaller amenities, which we provide. Our major amenity is the clubhouse, which is shown on the screen again for you. And then 2 smaller amenities, which is the playground and the picnic area. The technical issue is our picnic area, which meets all the criteria of an amenity, falls a little bit short of the required size. I'm almost positive staff understands this and will tell you they support this, but on the record, that is technically something that it's not a variance, it's just a planning deviation. But we'd ask you to consider that because again, we're providing great amenities for the project. So on the screen, just a recap of what we owe. This is number 3.
Mr.
Yeah,
Peterson,
again,
I don't like to interrupt you ever, but you have 2 minutes left.
That's great. I'm concluding right now, but thank you for reminding me. So what you have on the screen is a visual of everything that I just said. Consideration of 2 conditions, and then also taking, just for the record, that we're asking for a planning deviation for for the amenities. Sorry, it's out of order. We're just seeing if Kurt's paying attention. I think she did that on purpose, right? The amenities is the deviation. The other 2 are the stipulations. Now, what Ms. Grant just whispered to me, I think you may know this, there's a typo in the stipulations in the BOZA report that is not in the Planning Commission report. So I have to say this for the record too. Stipulation 3 that is in the BOZA report is a kind of hangover, wasn't meant to be there. I can unpack that if you'd like, but I know Gunnar will shake his head. That was not intended to be there. So please add to the list on the screen in terms of our request, the deletion of stipulation number 3 in the BOZA stipulations. I'd love to answer any questions you have when you say it's time, Chairman, or any commissioners.
All right, questions for the applicant? Mr. Armstrong?
Going back to the beginning of your presentation, which thank you very much for.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about there are going to be caps, and that's part of the reason why this, I'm sorry, you said there's going to be caps for the rent.
That's right.
For a period of time. Are you aware of how long that period of time for the cap is?
15 years.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, doesn't seem it's an either or with the sidewalk issue. I can understand the problem with where you want to put the sidewalk, but also there's convenience store going in up here on State Avenue, which could attract pedestrian traffic. There's a bus stop there, and the purpose of smaller parking lot, a deviation from the parking lot requirement is because people would be using public transportation and walking. 59th Street is a very narrow street. If parking does overflow onto that street, there's no safe way to walk down that street without a sidewalk. And so if we don't want the sidewalk, then maybe we should make sure we have adequate parking. There's not some of these going to be 3-bedroom apartments.
We definitely have all due respect, we have adequate parking. This is parked like every other UG project, and it meets the code that's going to be approved. I just have to say it on the record, we definitely have enough parking.
Does it
You
meet
guys
the
usually
city
don't want us to
ordinance?
overpark it.
Okay.
I mean that. We if we had too little parking, we would never get our approval for our financing and all that. Parking, what you said is right. You have to have sufficient parking, but you don't want to have a sea of parking.
How many bedroom apartments are there going to be?
There's-
What's the count of the apartments?
There's 1, 2s, and 3s, like you said. It's a array.
180 unit.
Yeah, total of 180. That's right. Sorry, I didn't understand.
So there will be 3-bedroom.
There'll be some 3-bedroom. That's right.
Okay,
But that's taken into account on our parking analysis.
thank you.
Commissioner Ernst.
Well, thankfully, Mr. Beth took almost every word I might have said, other than there's an irony in wanting no sidewalks and less parking. But what if we went with your suggestion and you ran the sidewalk down North 59th Place?
I think that's a private drive. And again, I'm sorry, Commissioner, because I don't want, you're not meaning to put words in my mouth, but I want to say it back. It's not that this developer who's spending $45 million is not willing to put in a sidewalk. It's very spooky to have this much time and money up to this date and have something that generally staff will speak for themselves. I know commissioners, I mean, this is what we need, attainable housing. And it's going to come down to something that is not in our control. We would leave this tonight. And if we couldn't get that easement from that property owner, we literally couldn't do what we have to do to move forward with the project. Because we're talking about it in BOZA and doing it this way, as opposed to letting the Board of County Commissioners decide.
Commissioner Straws.
Not to prolong this, I know this area very intimately well because my warehouse is actually located right there on this property, right adjacent on that 59th Place. So I know where the people go to stand on the bus stop. I'm there probably daily. I actually will renew the fact that I believe that this should not be discussed here because our legal counsel has stated that this should be separated from this particular proceeding. I agree with.
That's not what he said, Commissioner Straws.
That's what I thought he said. I thought he said that we should separate this and deal with this in the Planning Commission.
You want to make a clarification, Jeff?
I think it was the procedure.
Go ahead and speak closer. Mike.
Oh, sorry. Jeff Conway, legal counsel. I think that it was a matter of when the issue should be addressed and what was the proper procedure tonight, I think was the question. And so I was saying that it was probably proper to break it out as a sidewalk issue as opposed to folding it in with the rest of them. I just happened to side with the proponents. That's all I was saying on when to discuss the issue.
I mean, so is that not what I'm saying? Is that he's saying to break this out separate from what we're doing as far as the parking, or is that something, is he saying to do what we're doing now?
It can be done either way. At the time when the applicant made the request, that was his statement that it could be done that way, correct? It's not saying that it had to be.
That's correct. That was one way, and it was framed in a motion, and there's multiple ways to make a motion.
Go ahead with your thought process, Commissioner Straws.
No, I'm just saying, I agree with everything that the topography of this particular plan and what he's saying. When I heard legal counsel, maybe I heard them a different way, saying that if we handled this in this particular, if we attach this all together, I thought he said to separate this as the petitioner was requesting to separate this particular issue into the planning commission so that it did not come back legally on us from a legal perspective of having this entire project attached to a sidewalk.
Nothing was ever said about coming back on us from a legal perspective. It could be handled in this committee if it was so decided. It was asked that it be switched to the planning commission side of it, because then it would have some input by the Board of County Commissioners, so on and so forth. Whatever happens in this one, that's it. We're done.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Isles.
Mr. Hand, where is the bus stop or transit area on State Avenue?
Gunnar Hand, Director Planning and Design. I think the applicant pointed out it's right there at 59th Place. There's also another one, a block off screen, a block east of North 59th Street as well.
And
They're
along,
pretty close.
along 59th Place,
It's a private drive owned by that on private property. It's not a public road.
Oh.
Built to public standards, but not a private road. So the applicant's correct. They would have to, it would be incumbent on them to get that access agreement, which we cannot guarantee tonight. I would also make the point that the Board of Commissioners could also approve the idea of creating side knock connectivity, and the applicant would be in the same position. The uncertainty that they're concerned about this evening.
Other questions or comments?
I do.
Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Peterson, obviously we've seen you here many times. And before I even got on the commission, how many times have you been asked as a project to build a sidewalk on property that you do not own?
The only times in to be show you honesty, in a star bond district, when we had we have a master sort of sidewalk plan and things like that in a development agreement, but never outside the star bond context, never. I can't control it. I'm very concerned tonight because if this body, planning commission, didn't like the project, they'd recommend against it. But I've never been in a position to be required to move forward with the project, let alone at Board of Zoning Appeals. So the politicians never have a chance to weigh in and feel it out. $45 million project from an out-of-state company that's never come to Wyandotte County. They're just shut out of it over something that Mr. Hand, to your point, he just said it. I don't have control. I'm trying to hint too from the neighborhood meeting about interactions. I don't have control over that property. I can't do it without the right of way. It kills the project if this body was to approve that stipulation tonight. I've never been in this position before.
Okay, thank you.
I think the issue might be different if we had a road that was more developed than what we have. We have a very, what amounts to a country road that leads to this project. We have a transit station that is basically up at the corner that's going to make it very hazardous for people to get to.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, at the 59th Street location at the southernmost entrance where the right of way is the most constrained, the roadway is 20 feet wide. The right of way is 40 feet wide. Staff believes there's enough room.
Well, if commissioners are interested in that, I could ask my engineer. We could pull it up. I was just looking at it. It goes well below 6 feet at one place. I mean, we wouldn't make an issue out of this. This developer is not willing to build a sidewalk. I want to look everybody in the eyes. This isn't one of those situations. This developer's, it's a $45 million project. It's not about that. We just can't be put in a position where we can't build a sidewalk. Please hear that.
What happens, Gunnar, in the event, or legal counsel, what happens in the event they're not able to obtain the right of way? Or these?
Well, I guess there's two things. I mean, the extreme we could enter eminent domain to acquire property for the public right of way, which I don't think we would want to do as a unified government, but I can't speak to our CAO and others. Again, I think to restate staff's position, because there's a parking there, it's attainable housing. So we're assuming some people need to take transit. Two, it's a parking variance, reducing the amount. They believe they've built the right amount of parking to seat their needs. We've talked about both zoning codes, the current and the one proposed. So we're kind of right in that sweet spot between the middle. It's not overparked, it's potentially not underparked unless you talk to me on specifically planning terms, and I think everything's overparked, but on this case, we do believe there is a nexus to build a connection to the State Avenue sidewalk. And it's therefore a connection to transit. If the applicant states that they're not against building the sidewalk, my question would be, then why are they asking to amend and delete the conditions in the Plan Commission case and this case?
Chairman, should I answer that or wait for you?
I don't know that it was a question.
Okay.
Is it? If it weren't for the proximity to transit, if transit were several blocks away, I'd say it would be different. But the fact that transit is where I could probably see it from my apartment, but I can't get to it without risk getting hit by a car. I don't know.
Or Mr. Chairman, remember we talked about the street next to you literally walk out of our project and you're on a street that leads you to the bus stop. That's a very important point. I'm sorry, just got to point that out again.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner, Mr. Conway.
Just a point of clarification. So is 59th Place does not have a sidewalk from what I understand.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, other discussion or questions?
Just again, a point of clarification. So in the BOZA case, the conditions are very similar. They're not exact. So that's why the numbering is a little off. To Mr. Peterson's comments, condition number 2 in BOZA and condition number 3 in BOZA both speak to State Avenue. Condition number 3 is redundant to condition number 2. Condition number 2 being more accurate as well. Condition number 4 speaks about sidewalks, but those are internal to the project,
which was great.
So 2 and 3 are the ones.
So 2 and 3 are the issue if the 4 issues related to the sidewalk to State Avenue.
Got it. Commissioner Isles.
If this was held over or you withdraw, do you think there would be a way to come to an agreement to find out if it's feasible to put a sidewalk? You know, in other words, check with the other property owners.
My honest answer is, because I shoot you straight, make people mad, I'm just always transparent about it. I think if the Board of County Commissioners was sitting behind us and you ask a really good question that starts with the good question, they would say, you know what? Rather than BOZA make that determination and let them hold over and look into it and decide what we want to do, whether we want to do eminent domain or something else, take that out of this discussion. Let it go through Planning Commission, make your recommendation there, and let the elected officials that ultimately have to answer to the residents and, businesses and all that, let them make that decision. And maybe they'd say, hold it over and let's go see if you can get the easement. But doing that here, respectfully, I heard what Mr. Conway said. It's on the record. I think these should be separated. And so great question, maybe even a good pathway. Please, I think the elected officials should make that decision.
All right, let's go, Commissioner Ward, and then we'll see about a motion.
I don't mean to draw this out. I just want to make sure clear because you said that and you said something else. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You said no problem building a sidewalk on a piece of property that you own.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
100%.
So, but extending and making you build a sidewalk on property that you don't own, are you going to do that if you were get the, or are you only okay with building a sidewalk on a piece of property that you actually have? I'm confused.
Yeah, again, it's good. This is a multifaceted conversation. Good clarification. Never seen it in my career in Kansas City, 17 years, other than a Star Bond district or equivalent. But while I'd have to check with the developer, this developer is a Class A developer that wants to put a $45 million project in. We could find a way to do it if we're legally able to. So to answer your question, I without binding me this second, I think they would. And between now and Board of County Commissioners, we would have a firm answer on that. I think they would, but not if we can't, right?
Correct. Okay, that answered my question. So yes, basically yes, you
Yeah.
would build it
Subject to
being
Yeah,
able
that's
to
right.
get permission to build it in the first place.
And subject to talking to the developer and the
Correct.
principals.
Okay.
Yes, I think the answer would be yes.
All right, thank you.
And would you pursue those right-of-way agreements as aggressively as you're pursuing us to move it on to the elected officials to make that?
Chairman, you know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I think I do.
He does.
Of course.
All right, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Anybody have the Jeopardy theme song we could play?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Beth, go ahead.
I move to deny BOZA Z 2023-051 as it's not in compliance with the city ordinance.
Motion is made for denial by Commissioner Beth for the reasons stated by the maker. Is there a second to that motion for complete denial? Okay, that motion dies. What, Commissioner Ernst?
To move things along, yes, I'll gladly second.
All right. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ernst for denial. Discussion? Let's see, Commissioner Jones.
So, I'm concerned about this whole discussion. And so there's no value, is that what I'm hearing maybe in different places for some sort of holdover for additional discussion about this sidewalk?
I don't believe anybody thinks that they can come to a different conclusion or different recommendation from either side. Planning
Okay, so-
feels that it should be built or should be attempted to be built, and the applicant says that they cannot build it on areas that they don't own without knowing that they can get those right-of-way agreements.
Okay, can I just ask, so Gunnar, you're a hard no on there being some sort of compromise that can be achieved at this point on that bone of contention?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case has been reviewed by planning engineers, public works, and others in charge of the public right of way. We believe a sidewalk can be built on the existing right of way south of this project on 59th Street. The question is, do you have this conversation and make that determination here? Or do you take the applicant for their word, remove it from this, give them the parking variance, and then have a conversation at Planning Commission and see if they fight the sidewalk, which are also conditions of approval of the master plan and the plan review?
And whether
But
that
you're
passes or fails
adamant-
goes on to and then that will go on to the Board of Commissioners to make the final determination, correct?
Correct.
Which is what the applicant has asked for.
Gunnar, are you okay with, from your perspective, just to make sure I'm not missing anything, are you okay though with it? I'm concerned about the precedent we set, trying to strike the right balance there, as well as what your full perspective is on us taking the sidewalk out of the BOZA process.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I think that there is a nexus that a sidewalk connection to State Avenue for this project is warranted. I think if it's not voted on here, it may or may not go to district court. I think we risk the Board of Commissioners removing it as a condition of approval. So, I think that's the conversation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Strauss?
Wow. I personally still renew my objection to this. I know we got a motion on the floor, but I think I have to ask the commission and the chairman, have we ever made somebody do a sidewalk on other people's property as a condition of approval?
We do not think that it needs other people's property to do the project. The question is, does it go beyond and outside of the applicant's property? That is the question. And I think Mr. Peterson's seen it once. I don't think staff's ever asked of it. So yeah, this is unique.
Anything else, Commissioner Strauss, before I call for a vote?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Ernst?
Very quickly, correct me, Gunner. If you use the right of way, you don't need other people's property. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Staff's review believes we can build this in the 40-foot right of way, which is the smallest amount of right of way. It expands to almost 100 feet closer to State Avenue.
Yeah, so the objection is really not about other people's property.
It's about the feet length of sidewalk outside of the subject parcel.
I understand that. We've done it many times before.
Unless Mr. Peterson can correct me.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
this is not like an intellectual exercise or game. I mean this, I'm sitting here. I know that it goes under 6 feet. We usually build 6-foot sidewalks. That's what's called for in the stipulation. If you're saying up against that road, you're okay with the sidewalk being up against it and it's less than 6 feet. To me, I don't want to, it's $45 million project. I don't want to have my personal opinion come into this, but that's not even that I didn't even cross my mind that we start getting some really narrow sidewalk just to say we have it. But if Mr. Hand, what you're saying is, because we could put the image back up, you guys saw it, there's something there. It's just really thin. If you're saying whatever is there is sufficient for the width of the sidewalk, then I do probably official. This is BOZA. I got to walk over and make sure we'll build it. But I'd never thought that's what you would want. We just don't build sidewalks that are real thin. But if that breaks this, I'm just thinking here, I don't want this project to go down, guys. The commissioners don't. I won't speak for any one commissioner. I've just been around. This is not a project we want to kill, and it could die if it has to be a 6-foot sidewalk and right away that I guarantee you is not there. I've looked at it. I've seen it. It's not there. It's there for a portion of it, but then it gets too narrow as you head to the southern end of that. That's why I said we don't have the right of way. So one more time to be clear, because I'm babbling on, because I'm getting excited because I care about this. If it can be less than 6 feet where the right of way doesn't allow it, then if you nod your head and Chairman lets me, I'm going to walk over and ask if we can make that a commitment. But I know it has to be that. It can't be 6 feet. I'm positive.
So there's 40 feet of right of way. We're requiring a 5-foot sidewalk.
Real fast, let me say it back to you because you said that a few times and I've never directly responded to it. I have our civil engineer here, and I looked with the civil engineer at the right of way, and you're better at this than me, Gunnar. That's why I'm doing this, not to teach you something, because you know better than I do. But there's the right of way, and I can see it on a screen, and then I can see where the road ends, right? The actual pavement, and then I can have the civil measure between the western edge of the right of way and the edge of that road, and it's not 6 feet as you head to the, can't see it as well there, the southern end of it. That I'm positive. And so I'm saying if you're okay with that, it would slim down to whatever that gap between the road and the edge of the right of way is. I never thought of that as a possibility because it doesn't seem overly proper. Let's get this project done.
I think staff's original conversation with the applicant before this evening was we recommended that it cross the street, that there was a crossing as recommended in the applicant's presentation. Right at the face of the property, and then carry down all the way to State on the east side of the project. We say that because farther, I'm not going to be able to get it, but farther north where 59th bows back into Meadowlark Lane, there's a sidewalk on the east side of the street. So in the future, if this were ever rebuilt and it is designated a priority sidewalk in the GODOT countywide mobility strategy, it would be on the right side of the road. This road would probably never require sidewalks on both sides of the road just because it's minimal. So we had always advocated that they do the crossing right at their southern boundary and then go south. The issue is it is an unimproved road. I think what happened here is sometime during annexation or consolidation or unification, somewhere in there, it was a gravel road and we have people here and it got asphalted over, right? It was never structurally built as an asphalt road.
Right.
It doesn't have curbs and gutters. There's no storm water. It's all ditching. So yeah, it would cost a lot of money.
Will that road ever get improved to the point where it's going to take up the sidewalk and tear everything out that somebody goes and spends all this money? Because if it were to be improved, would it be widened?
I can tell you this much. It is not currently on the CMIP, the CIP, the capital improvement program. It is a very small segment of road that is mostly, let's call it rural in
Rural.
character, large lots, single family homes. It is already zoned RP5, right? So the master plan, we're only asking for a master plan and plan review. The applicant's trying to build something as of right, whether it should have been zoned that or not is a different conversation. So I think if we wanted to avoid the potential of setting a precedent at BOZA and you agree with that in the applicant's case or the applicant's argument, and if you agree with that, I think we could have the conversation at Plan Commission, but again, the risk is what happens between now and the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Commissioners pulling it out as conditions of approval. So, I mean, that happens with every case, right?
Right.
And that's
Everything
happens
we
with every
do-
recommendation.
everything we
there's
do winds up
nothing,
there.
Yeah, unprecedented there. I'm just making that point.
Right. Okay. Anything else you want, Mr. Peterson, before we go to a
I
vote?
tried to be efficient with time and I went and confirmed and have authority that if it can slim down according to whatever right of way is there, then we can do it, which is consistent. They don't have a sidewalk problem. They have a I can't control it problem.
All right. All right. So the motion currently on the floor is for denial. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote on that motion.
Armstrong,
Nay.
Beth,
Aye. Aye.
Isles,
Nay.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones.
No.
Moeller,
Nay.
Straws,
Nay.
Ward.
Nay.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny fails 7, 1 in favor and 7 opposed.
Okay. Give me-
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Considering we have a longstanding working relationship with Mr. Peterson and the applicant's representative, I would recommend we take him at its word, remove all the conditions of approval except the first one. And if the applicant can agree to build the sidewalk and not contest it before Board of Commissioners, I say we take this up at Planning Commission.
With the only clarification being consistent with what I said, if we don't have the right of way, right, and we can't get it, that you're okay that the sidewalk gets less than 6 feet.
Agreed.
All right. Is that something you guys can work with? If so, let's go. Who wants to make that motion?
I'll renew my first motion, which was to approve BOZA 2023-051, eliminating stipulations 2 through 25 to be held and directed in the Planning Commission.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Any discussion? Being none, roll call.
In just 1 second, please. Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this variance, removing all conditions except for condition number 1 passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
All right, thank you. And that is the last case, Janet, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, folks, we will take a 5-minute recess. We will get the Planning Commission underway and we will get to you as soon as possible. I appreciate your patience. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Straws? Can you hear me?
I can, sir.
Okay. I heard what you heard, but I knew after this length of time that that wasn't exactly what he meant about not having it in there. It does clear the path, but it wasn't, illegal to have it in there, which is what it sounded like.
Okay, I appreciate that because I'm just trying to listen and make sure I'm paying attention.
No, you were paying attention. That was a problem. That's exactly what he said.
Mr. Carson, you're muted. I can't hear you. Commissioner Carson, we can't hear you. You're still muted. Maybe he wants to be muted because I can't hear him.
We can't either.
How about now?
Yeah, I got you. There you are.
All right, there we go. Okay, good evening, everybody. Again, thank you for your patience. Going to welcome you to the the December 11th meeting of the City Planning Commission. Once again, for those of you that might be new, my name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair. Karen Jones will be serving as vice chair for tonight's meeting. We have the following commissioners present. Commissioner Karen Jones, again, vice chair. Commissioner Dwayne Beth here in the chambers. Commissioner Joseph Straws online, along with Commissioner James Ernst online. Chambers, Brandy Armstrong. Online, Commissioner Mark Mueller. Chambers, once again, Rose Isles. And Chambers, once again, Aaron Ward attending tonight. We also have Jeff Conway, Unified Government Legal Counsel, and Gunnar Hand, the Director of the Department of Land Use and Department of Planning and Urban Design, along with Janet Parker, who is the Executive Assistant to Department of Planning and Urban Design. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Parker. She'll read the opening statement and we'll get this meeting going and get you on your way. Maybe.
I was muted, excuse me. We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar or in person in the Commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the Commission chamber, when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, January 11, 2024. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda, and items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you're in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want to remove from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision on Thursday, January 11, 2024 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the November 13, 2023 Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SP 2023-102. Artie Scholes for the 403 Club. Renewal of a special use permit to continue to operate a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 614 Reynolds Avenue. Plat application 2023-034. Jackson Taylor. Final plat to create one residential multifamily lot for residences at Victory Hills at 745 North 78th Street, and it has a corresponding plan review application PR 2023-033. Final plan review for 152 residential multifamily units in 6 buildings, including clubhouse at 745 North 78th Street. Plat application plat 2023-035. Tomas de la Paz. Final plat to create 2 residential lots at 290 South 10th Street. It also has a corresponding plan review application PR 2023-037. Final plan to convert a school building into multifamily residences at 290 South 10th Street. Plan review application PR 2023-035. Roger Barrett. Final plan review to construct a mixed-use building at 810 North 6th Street. Plan review application PR 2023-036. Dana Blay with DBL Architecture Incorporated. Final plan review to construct a convenience store and fueling station at 4732 State Avenue. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo for the special use permit, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you, Janet. Does anyone wish to have, anyone in the public wish to have anything removed from the consent agenda? Seeing none, anyone on the commission? Seeing none, Gunnar, do you have something?
Yes, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Mr. Chair, we'd ask that SP 2023-10T2 be removed from the consent agenda.
Okay, so SP 2023-102 will be removed from the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll move to approve the remaining items.
Motion for approval by Commissioner Armstrong on the remaining items on the consent agenda. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
That will now take us to the one item that was removed from the consent agenda. Special use permit application SP 2023-102 403 Club, renewal of a special use permit to continue to operate a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 614 Reynolds Avenue.
Gunnar, you got to present that.
Sure. Is Mr. Schulz not?
I'm sorry.
Yes, he's online.
Okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Mr. Scholes, I've got you queued up, ready to speak.
I'm here.
Yep. You want to go ahead and present your case, please? Tell us what you want to do here as far as renewal of your special use.
I just want to continue. This is Artie Scholes for 3 Club 614 Reynolds Avenue.
I want to continue being able to provide DJs, karaoke, live entertainment at my bar. And I'm not sure
And
why it's removed from the consent, but I'm about to hear it, I imagine.
what are the hours of your operation for your live entertainment?
Live entertainment would happen between 7 PM and 1 AM.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We'll get Director Hand's comments and reason for pulling it from the consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case again is the first renewal, second approval of live entertainment and drinking establishment. This is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some old notices of violation that have been rectified on this property. Staff does recommend approval for 5 years with those conditions, including completing the trash enclosure, maintaining the tree stand, enhanced landscaping, potentially looking into a retroactive building permit for an expansion of the property, as well as addressing some light pollution concerns that staff noticed in our site visit. Some floodlights have been added, perhaps potentially by BPU on the undeveloped, let's say, part of the parcel where the glass recycling bin is right here. Staff would like to add that we include as a condition of approval that no parking signs be placed on this undeveloped part of the property. Typically, it's a unimproved surface. It's not intended to be overflow parking for the use, but sometimes it is used as such. So we would simply just like Mr. Scholes to add some no parking signage, potentially on the backside of his existing parking lot, as we've seen multiple people kind of park over here. So with that one added condition, staff would recommend approval for 5 years.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve SP 2023-102, subject to staff comment and stipulations, including the new additional stipulation of the no parking signs being placed on the undeveloped part of the property.
All right, thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Armstrong with the added conditions stated. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of special use permit 102 for 5 years, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And these will all go before,
No,
everything except, sorry, just
Just
this
this
one will
issue.
go to the, just this
Yes.
one will go before the Board of Commissioners on January 11th, 7 PM, Mr. Scholes. Thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chairman, we've completed the consent agenda and we're now going to move on to the non-consent agenda. We have 2 items that we will hear together. Change of zone application COZ 2023-021. Grant Leslie. Change of zone from C1 limited business and R1 single family districts to RP5 planned apartment district to operate a mental health care facility at 6111 Leavenworth Road, and special use permit application SP 2023-058. Special use permit for a group home at 6111 Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank
No.
you.
Okay, Mr. Leslie, go ahead and start off again with your name and address and then tell us about your complete project.
Yeah, Grant Leslie, 9706 Middleton, Police Summit, Missouri. We are moving to take it's an abandoned property now in need of full repair, split zoned C1R1 to its current recommended RP5 zoning to be used by Wyandotte Behavioral Health for their temporary medical needs, as well as temporary supportive housing for their operations. I've been working with them for over a year trying to find a building, and this is the best building for them for their operations. We would take the north side, the actual building that is currently in the split zone C1, turn it into the operational building. Directly to the south of that will be all the parking. There's ample parking. We will recover and repair the parking per zoning requirements. And then directly to the south of that is the green space that Wyandotte Behavioral will use for green space, mental health, garden space that they're going to use for their patients and clients.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Isles?
Can you tell me why you're asking for RP5 as opposed to R4?
That is initially we discussed with the zoning board. We had a use for the building before I figured out what zoning we needed. I worked with the zoning board, Byron Boy, Callie McLaughlin, James Malloy specifically to have their suggestion on what we're going to need for the RP5 zoning requirement. And they had suggested RP5 since there are buildings directly to the north of it that are RP5 zoned. And it fits the density required for Wyandotte County Behavioral. And I had talked to Mr. Toy as well about if RP4 if RP4 works for the density and what we need the building to be, that's fine. But I hadn't heard back. But we had the recommendation from the zoning, the department, that RP5 is what we should apply for. And so that's what we applied for.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes, sir. Go ahead. Please give us your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Randy Kallstrom. I'm the CEO for Wyandotte Behavioral Health Network. We're the Wyandotte County Community Designated Mental Health Center. In addition to outpatient mental health and substance use disorder treatment, we also help individuals who are living homeless and living with severe mental illness locate, find housing, and help them maintain housing. I just wanted to speak to the purpose of this project is to help individuals obtain housing. The upstairs units would be their permanent housing, so they would have leases. They would live there permanently as long as they wanted to. The downstairs that was mentioned earlier in the evening are transitional housing units, which would be a 90 to 180 day program to help individuals that needed more on-site support services to help them learn how to prepare themselves to live independently. And that in order to accommodate those individuals, we would have staff on site 24/7.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2023-043, which was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, we have a change of zone and a special use permit for a group home. The change of zone is proposed from C1 to RP5 as currently. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan, again, on Leavenworth Road in the Midtown area. Staff has received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There is a history of notices of violation that would be addressed by the redevelopment of this project. Staff recommends denial of RP5, but would recommend approval by motion from C1 to RP4 with the current existing conditions, including following the design guidelines, transit enhancements, additional screening and buffering, and recording that open space easement. And I left it on the screen here so you could kind of see it for that southern portion of the property to maintain the intent of the original split zoning here, as was addressed by the applicant. Staff recommends approval of the special use permit for 2 years.
Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. We'll need two. First one will be for the change of zone.
I'll make it.
Commissioner Armstrong,
I move to approve COZ 2023-021. But to approve it as RP4, and subject to the remaining staff comments and stipulations that Gunnar just laid out.
okay, motion made for approval on change of zone change of zone COZ 2023-021, changing to RP4 designation. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application COZ 2023-021 to the RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, and now I'll need one for the for the special use permit.
Okay, I move to approve SP 2023-058, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
That was Commissioner Armstrong made the motion for approval for the special use permit. I'm sorry, for how many years? Gunnar?
2.
2 years. Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Commissioner Beth has the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Moeller,
Aye.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-058 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, January 11th, before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is change of zone COZ 2023-027. Timothy Elliott with Atlas Land Consultants, change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District to develop a senior living facility at 9205 Garfield Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank
Okay, Mr.
you.
Elliott, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please start off with your name and address and tell us about your project.
Yes, Timothy Elliott with Atlas Line Consulting, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit. Would I be able to share my screen? I have an exhibit I kind of prepared for part of this.
Yes. we can move you
Basically,
over.
basically, this project had gone through the planning commission before it got to the Board of County Commissioners. We got some comments. Board of County Commissioners put it back before.
I'm sorry, you're kind of garbling up. I didn't get anything that you just said. Are you, Janet, do we get him moved over so we can share his screen?
Did you move him? Because when I tried to move him, he was gone. And then let me do it because I need to make him a co-host so that he can.
Yeah, I think he lost his connection, but I think we've got him back. Mr. Elliott, are you there? There we go. Mr. Elliott, you back?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm at a hotel, so my internet is not very good. Anyway, this went,
Mr. Elliott?
can you guys hear me? Sorry.
We can. I'm going to give you one more chance. Otherwise, I'm going to have you get to a better connection and we're going to put you at the end of the agenda.
Okay, I'll keep it short. We were going to the Board of County Commissioners. Before we got there, the fire department had a comment saying that a second entrance may be needed. So it went back to planning. So here we are. We got word from them Friday that a second entrance will not be needed. They did want us to update our turning template with some changes to their truck. So we updated the fire truck that we were using in our model, updated it. Everything works fine still. We sent it back to them on Friday. Haven't heard back from them, but hopefully any other issues they have can be worked out in the final development stage. Let me share my screen real quick. So here's that, just if anybody cares, showing the truck going in and out. But the main thing I want to talk about, there was some concern from some neighbors in the nearby neighborhood stating that the proposed zoning would cause more traffic than the existing zoning being R1. I took the liberty to do a really quick layout of R1 using the county standards and come up with around 21 lots. I just did a real quick, basically traffic projection, and the projected number of daily trips for this R1 layout is 240, whereas the projected for our 48 unit assisted living project is 125, so almost half. Just a quick thing to show that those concerns can hopefully be laid to rest, showing that even though it is an R4 zoning, it is the proposed use has very low traffic. So with that, we're requesting approval once again.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant? We do have a question from staff. Mr. Elliott.
Yes.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Mr. Elliott, just a quick clarification. At the Board of Commissioners, were going to ask for a holdover before it got remanded back. Was the property ownership issue resolved?
Not to my knowledge.
So you still have the outstanding issue between the developer and the owner of the property?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And will that prevent it from moving forward? Or is it okay to move forward from this and then potentially hold it over at Board of Commissioners again?
Yes, I think that's the best option. Basically timing is the issue. Again, the deal is being worked on. I think they're just working on getting closing done, and the timing of that, the current owner just doesn't want it rezoned before the close happens. So they are working on a deal. They have a deal. It's just being worked out.
Understood.
So yes, if it comes to it, we could do a whole.
Okay, so the land ownership is not germane to what we need to talk about tonight. All right, thank you. Again, any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Good evening, sir. My name is Gary Johnson. I'm at 1908 North 92nd Terrace. I am within 200 feet of the location where they're going to be building this or constructing this facility. What has me concerned, and also some of the neighbors that I've talked to, is that it's going to be an assisted living location at first, until until he just mentioned it, we wasn't quite sure what type of assisted living it was because we were concerned that it was going to be, was it for elderly, homeless, mentally disturbed, drug addicts, or whoever. We are also concerned about our property value. What's going to happen to that, our property value? If you have I don't have a map of it, but if you can take a look, there's only one way in, one way out. It's pretty much of a closed community. We like to maintain that structure. This is a R1 is what is that property is actually labeled as right now, and then they're going to want to make it into a R4, which is going to be like a multifamily unit. That we're trying to just maintain all pretty much uniform housing, single family housing in that area. It's just a little community. We like to maintain that peace and quiet that we are enjoying at this time.
Okay.
Then there's also the concerns of what he mentioned, the traffic. I'm not buying that. We got too much happening that's going on out at the Legend, and then we have the ball field going on 90th Street, and then we have plus the soccer field, and it's just like, if you ever been there and they got something going on at the Legend, whether it's a car race or a racetrack, and you're trying to come out or you're trying to come in, then you're there for a while. I mean, you're there. I don't know if he did a study within a period of time of a month or a week or 2 weeks, but be there a year. And this is a different traffic. You're there for a year. You tell me about it then. But no, there's a big difference in the change of activity that goes on there.
And I will get clarification for you, but I think the traffic study he was pertaining to were the number of trips in and out of your development will be less with this than what is currently there, or if it were to continue on being single family homes, but not out onto parallel. I think what he's talking about was in and out of the neighborhood.
Okay.
But we'll get clarification for you.
All right. And the reasoning for, I mean, we were all thinking, and I've talked to several of my neighbors, and we were all thinking that there was going to be a road going through there that will allow access back to the Sunset Ridge community. Our HOA, I mean, I haven't talked to her yet, the HOA lady, but she, the president, she should be able to give us a little bit more insight on that.
Okay, we'll get an answer to that question. All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Lawrence Harvey. I live at 1723 North 91st Street. I have to travel this road every day. And I was listening to his traffic study. He said we go 224 trips a day up there, and they would have 124 trips for his study, for his deal. Well, that almost doubles what we're at. We haven't finished the subdivision yet. There's still several houses that aren't completed or land for the houses. So if we add that on top of that, you're going to triple that road deal. We are still addressing the access off parallel to 92nd Street. It's a dangerous intersection, dangerous beyond you can even think of. I'm sitting there waiting to turn left, to turn in there, and I'm watching the rearview mirror, see if I got to take off in a hurry, whether somebody's going to hit me or not. I moved into this area. I understand that. But he is not taking consideration for us that are already there. I see here that he's got the road coming in, and if he could continue it down to 94th Street, that would make a lot more sense for us, for them to have access to that, not to just come in one way. Like I said, you're going to triple the road, the capacity that we have now. Like Mr. Johnson said, he's the first house there. We have talked to neighbors. I have talked to the developer of 2 houses that are right there at the 200 feet. I'm waiting to hear back from him. I've talked to Mr. Hand. I'm also trying to get something else started that he has suggested.
because this is not a great idea. Plus, I worked at 51st and Limerick Road all my life. We've had assisted living across the street. Not true assisted living, but it was an elderly home. And the trips that they make and the people that drive cars are more than what he's thinking. I worked on, cars all my life. I've worked at the assisted living on people that live in assisted living cars. There's more cars than what he's thinking. And you take a car from an elderly person, you are just asking to kill them because they want to have their car. So I wish you would take in consideration this and recommend, keep it where we're at.
Okay.
Instead of addressing it, changing it.
All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Elliott, just a couple quick questions for you regarding your traffic count. How did you determine your traffic count?
Yeah, so all of our numbers come from the Institute of Traffic Engineers. They basically take data from across the country and adjust it for wherever you are in the country. So all those numbers come from the Institute of Traffic Engineers, 11th edition. It's their newest edition. So they're not numbers I just made up, but they actually study these kinds of things across the country.
Is this facility? Go ahead.
If I'm going to share my screen again, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
So when we did the original traffic study, the exhibit I showed earlier was just a comparison of the proposed property, which, by the way, doesn't go all the way anymore. It was split previously, so the option of having a through road is no longer a possibility. The properties are no longer owned along 94th. They've been split off completely, so this property only accesses this stub on the 92nd. When we did the original traffic study, we did an analysis of that entire subdivision. As they say, it does have just one entrance. So the combined total trips on that 2-lane road there is around 700 trips daily. On average, your 2-lane road has about 1,000 daily trips possible, or capacity, I mean. So still a lot of capacity there for that existing road. So we did take into account the existing houses along with our added volume, which is an old number. This should be actually 48, but anyway. So those concerns are definitely warranted, and they're ones that we have taken into account.
Okay, thank you. And as far as there's no additional access points added, correct?
No.
All right, thank you. We will now go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a change of zone from R1 to RP4 for a 3-phase senior living facility, assisted living facility. This was remanded back to the City Planning Commission from the Board of Commissioner last month. This is in the Prairie, Delaware, Piper area plan. We've received no letters in support. We've received letters and comments at the previous Planning Commission hearing and at the Board of Commissioner hearing in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including the pedestrian connection to Garfield, following the design guidelines, and a final development plan will need to come back through the City Planning Commission.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Director Hand?
I have one question, sir.
Commissioner Ward.
I just want to clarify, the fire department, they have heard back and they are good to go?
Yeah, I apologize. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes. So we have heard back from Fire and Public Works. It does not meet the threshold for a required second interest, and Public Works reviewed the traffic study. They do not believe any improvements are necessary for this project.
Thank you.
Further questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when you're ready.
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Armstrong.
I move to approve COZ 2023-029, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Motion is for approval by Commissioner Armstrong. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Isles. That was the second, Commissioner Isles. I'm sorry, wait a minute. We're correcting a what? 027. I'm sorry, what did you say it wrong? All right, I'm sorry. That is for motion to approve COZ 2023-027. Is that a second? Commissioner Isles? Yes. Okay, so seconded by Commissioner Isles. Discussion on the motion for approval. Seeing none, roll call.
Mueller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Nay.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this change of zone application, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and 3 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, January 11th, before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, our next change of zone application is COZ 2023-029, Lydia Nabel. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to AG Agriculture District to expand the KC Farm School at 4105 Gibbs Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No. Right, yes, ma'am. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Lydia Neville, and I live at 332 North Lawndale Avenue in Jackson County. But this COZ is for KC Farm School, and it's at 4105 Gibbs Road, so South 42nd and Gibbs Road. And I think Mr. Hand is opening a bit of a presentation. That's okay. And Ms. Parker, I had emailed it to you as well, but I didn't hear back. So if it can be pulled up to the screen, that's great. So we're applying to change our zone to agriculture, and we've already done that with our 3 acres, which is across the street, KC Farm School. And we purchased what we call common ground. And so I'll probably refer to it as that in July of 2021. So we've had it for several years. And I'm just going to do a run through of what KC Farm School is anyhow. And I do want to point out, oh, sorry, I'm a little jumbled with not having the presentation, but I am the farm director. We also have the co-founder and executive director who's here tonight, and our resource director. So the 3 of us work really closely. And just what KC Farm School is that we bring individuals of all ages, ancestries, and abilities on farm, hands-on, and we do farm education. That land has been in agriculture and education for over 30 years now, that we're currently farming on. And does it help if I show a photo? You can see our acreage. Yeah, and just to the west there, you can see from the picture that our row crops are grown there. We also have a greenhouse. So currently the land where the dot is all undermined. It can't be developed on, and so it's not really suitable for the residential zoning that it currently has. And we are just wanting to zone it to what it's already being used for, and hopefully we're just going to continue to grow. So we currently have 12 year-round staff. We employ 25 seasonally, and we focus ever more on Wyandotte County youth and Wyandotte County residents. We started in 2018. I was on the founding board. And just to run through that, we kind of know what we're doing. We are part of the Kansas City Food Policy Council with KC Healthy Kids, part of the Kansas City Food Circle. We were founding members of the Kansas City Food Hub, all of which are focused in this area here. We have a Farmers on the Rise youth apprenticeship program, which focuses on education for 14 to 17-year-olds. We're a host site for the Growing Growers Apprenticeship, which focuses on Kansas City farms. We're members of the Kansas Specialty Crop Association. And then we've started a program called Let's Grow Wyandotte, which over 400 households have participated in at this point, and it's a support network for home growers. So teaching them methods that they can use, actually giving them resources, and they come to our land, but we also do a tour, and that is open to everyone in Wyandotte County. We end up getting a lot of folks from our area there. We support over 25 Wyandotte County small businesses and nonprofits through our farmers market, through our workshops. And then we also partner with the public schools, and that is actually growing. But Turner, which is just down the street, we're sandwiched between Turner and Argentine neighborhoods, but Turner was one of our very first partners. So common ground, here's a beautiful photo. So it just says, and this is available, it was our response to the comments that we received. It's a place, common ground, this 11 acres is a place of gathering and growing space with wild and shared places. We see common ground as a safe spot for critical conversations that seed action. We believe in the power of this community to join in to create a tomorrow better than today. So we've hosted unified government folks to the farm there and on common ground for events like our Compost Fest and our Farm Fest and our community workshop days. Alyssa actually came and did a presentation about the Plan KCK Summit. I think Mr. Gunner, you came and did or that was online, the GoDot presentation, because we host Wyandotte County roundtables, focusing on what residents want to know more about. And then we've attended the Plan KCK Summits, the Land Bank info gathering, and we love the Third Friday Art Walk. So those are some ways that we're involved in KCK. This is what you all probably have, but if you can see, this is all the undermined area. So the light blue is all undermined. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a the topography map, but it goes nearly the entire extent of our 11.5 acre parcel there. There's one spot that is solid ground. But we have, it's not just me and the other directors, we have an entire steering committee that's participated, and some of the folks are here tonight. So folks that are participating in that and helping us to know how to utilize this land really well are the previous landowner. There's mappers, engineers, plumber, native plant experts, farmers, and then Wyandotte County teachers. So I'm going to start going through a little bit of the responses, because when we presented this, we call it a master plan. I know it's different than your all's, but of what some of our visions are based on those community desires. And the reality is like, we're not there yet. Right now, we just want to change to agriculture. And then in the future, we'll have some more requests. So a lot of our cover letter was response to that. So yeah, you can see that. But the change of zone consideration right now, it's undeveloped pasture and woodland. It has some small scale agricultural activity, but is mostly undeveloped as you all define it. And then the majority of the work we've already done is removal of invasives and starting to restore native prairie habitat. So yeah, looking right there, just responding to like general engineering reviews. In general, anything that we would want to do here would be low invasion, sustainable, land-based methods, because that's what our mission is. But right now, we don't have any grading or major land disturbance proposals, and there are no permanent structures that are proposed. So of course, if we wanted to do that, then we know that we would need to get a professional engineer involved. And then, like I just talked about, no land disturbance greater than 1 acre is proposed. And talking about stormwater drainage and sewer, the restoration of the native prairie habitat will actually help with that stormwater retention and the groundwater quality over the years. And then if you can see, sorry, this isn't the best photo, but actually in the left photo there are parking spaces like suggested. And so our hope with that is to do permeable pavers. We've talked with the planner and have talked about not doing gravel. We understand that Roadworks doesn't like that. And so we already have permeable pavers secured, and hopefully sooner, but definitely within the year, we'll have those in place. And it's 30 spots that are proposed. And then for any of our other special events, we've had an agreement with the immediate neighbor that's 12 acres further south. And then there's paved spots at Junction Elementary and at the church that's further down the road. So here's another beautiful photo. The sanitary sewer review and the erosion control review, just saying the same thing, that no grading is planned, no land disturbance. If any future land disturbance is requested, then stabilization plans will be submitted. There is a sanitary sewer hookup available in the southwest corner, but we're not planning on connecting to that right now. And then I have made contact with the public works coordinator, but because we don't have any proposals at this time, we've left it at that connection. There is also BPU hookup. So probably the biggest thing, if anyone has questions about the history of the land, we've done extensive research and connecting about that. And ours is actually much less invasive than some of the past attempted uses were. But then the street review is a big thing. So learning a lot from hearing about the sidewalk, but if you know where it is, it's 42nd and Gibbs. So on Gibbs Road, the sidewalk actually ends just over the overpass. And then we are just north of Junction Elementary. And then we're just south of some government authority housing, and there's no sidewalk available. So that's something that we've talked with the planner about, is that we're super supportive of if the GODOT funding was there. We already have it in our minds that there could potentially be a sidewalk put in. We suggest being there every day that it goes onto the east side. And we've really appreciated almost immediately when we got that land, the folks that had to decide, the public works coordinator, I think, helped us get in a pedestrian walkway. So we are a designated walkway there, and we're hoping to do some other slowing methods, like putting in the crosswalk. And Michael and I were just dreaming when he was walking around taking the pictures. We are a stop that's available on the micro transit. Not a lot of folks use it. So we do come to the KCK market downtown to be more pedestrian accessible with our food. So that's responding to those comments that we received, and then just wanting to highlight some of the factors to be considered that were brought up. It is like undeveloped land. Of course, my understanding of that is different as a farmer, but we're not intending to do any of those structures. And then number 4, it talked about that whoever made the report wasn't sure if there were past hopes or past plans for that, and there actually were. We have satellite images back to 97. Like I said, the previous landowner is on our steering committee. The mining company that did the mining actually had small structures there that have since been, before we were involved, taken down. There was a lot of overgrazing done by some livestock like cows and then horses, and someone wanted to build an arena there. So all that to say, like, our neighbors have been through it. They've talked about it. We have really great working relationships with the neighbors there, and really appreciate their input and their perspective, and that they attend our events.
Ma'am, excuse me. You have
Yeah.
4 minutes left.
Awesome. I'm totally going to make it. So just emphasizing that we are a community-led space, that we really focus on ADA accessibility, and that youth development is our mission. And then we have a history of successful ag and community development already on the 3 acres there that some of you all have participated in. And we're just hoping to grow that and expand it, the community part. So we do that through workforce development. You know, we really emphasize that we're lowering the food miles that people can eat from their community. And there are parts of this area, if you go over the highway, there's more fast food places, but the area we are in some parts is considered a food desert. And so we're actually increasing accessibility. and addressing hunger. Also, I hear a lot about with the plan KCK, the 15-minute city, and we're hoping to be part of that. You know, Turner and Argentine are our own little kind of section over there, and we have a lot of involvement from those folks. And then we're contributing to a resilient local economy and the local food shed, and then climate resilience. You know, like I talked about the stormwater, we improve air quality through our native restoration, through our agriculture, our annuals, and through keeping that green space, but actually engaging with it more intentionally. And then, yeah, just acknowledging where we are, that undermined area, we're just above the industrial zones around the railroads. So those are frontline communities, and we engage with a lot of organizations that are trying to make life better, more livable for the folks there. And then, yeah, like I said, any future application for livestock, for permanent structures, we would come back and work with the Wyandotte County Conservation District, work with Public Works to make sure that all of those plans are in place. We don't want to do anything that messes anyone up. And then, yeah, just recognizing that agriculture, sometimes in the plans, it's a little bit like, is it good? Is it not good? For us, of course, we believe it's good. So we specialize in small scale, diversified vegetable production, which means that we have a biodiverse ecosystem that we're developing. We don't do tillage, so we actually build up rather than dig down. We practice beyond organic standards. We're trained in how to do organic production, and we've actually impacted positively the amount of pesticides and herbicides that are used, because on the 3-acre site that we don't own but lease, but is zoned ag, we've helped limit the amount of chemical, pesticide, and herbicide use at the cell phone tower there, and we'll just keep going with that. So that's not something to be concerned about. And then always finishing with just focusing on native prairie restoration, which is going to make Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, especially the heat trap of that highway right there, more climate resilient.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time has expired.
Perfect.
Done? Okay. Well, you had me at hello. So I thought the only thing you could do is trip yourself up. I thought the more you talk, the more chance you have.
Oh.
You brought up sidewalks. I thought you're getting into sticky territory here. The only question I have for you is, what do you do at a compost fest? Doesn't sound like a lot of fun to a guy who doesn't even mow his grass. Right? I mean, it sounds like you made it sound like a real hoot.
It was a hoot. You'll have to come. We
I don't see that happening, but thank you for the invitation.
we talked to folks about small to large scale food scrap composting and how they can engage with that either in their own homes or bringing it to facilities. We built a large windrow that is just a one-time input system with Missouri Organics, which is one of our partners. And then we also had Food Cycle KC, which is a Kansas company, Compost Collective, KC Can Compost, come together and do education. And at the same time, we had our plant sale. So we have 3 big plant sales in the spring for home growers to come and get organic seedlings to take home.
That's awesome.
Eco Elvis was there.
Well, you really should be more enthusiastic about what you do for a living. Any questions for the applicant that she hasn't answered?
Yeah.
I see one, Mr. Commissioner Mueller. Commissioner Mueller.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, you really should get out more often. I was just wondering if it's too late for me to plant my garlic.
No, go ahead, especially with climate change. Sorry. Yeah, you can go ahead as long as you mulch it well.
Great, got it. Thank you.
Okay, well, now that I'm losing track of my meeting here, we're going to open it up to the public. Anybody want to speak to this case in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Han and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a change of zone from R1 to AG to expand the Gibb Road Farm School. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan area, right on the Turner Argentine line. Well, some people think it's Steele, but maybe it is Gibbs. We've received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation on this property, all which have been rectified and or addressed by the applicant. Staff recommends approval with conditions, some of which were mentioned by the applicant in her presentation, including obtaining a conservation plan if and when livestock are ever introduced to the property, and improving the pedestrian crossing across over on, South 42nd Street.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong,
I move to approve COZ 2023-029, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
I will settle for a second. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Yes, yes, yes.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Absolutely.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone application COZ 2023-029, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes. 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, January 11th, 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners, and I think you're just the breath of fresh air that meeting needs. So I might even come to that one. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Compost there. I'm just saying.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm moving on now. Our next application would have been SP 2023-090, but as the appeal was denied at the Board of Zoning Appeals hearing, that application will not be heard. Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-104, home occupation special use permit for a cottage bakery at 1206 North 132nd Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schiffery. I have you queued up, ready to speak. If you would, please start off with your name and address. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong.
Yes, my name is Alyssa Schifferl, and I am at 1206 North 132nd Street. So I am just wanting to start doing a cottage baking business, so baking things in my home and selling them to people. And so I'm applying for a special use permit for that, to be able to use my residential kitchen to do that. It is allowed under Kansas state cottage laws for me to bake the things that I would be baking, like cakes, cookies, cupcakes. But Wyandotte County requires a commercial kitchen for me to do that. So this would just allow me to hopefully bake from my home. And it would not be like a storefront. It would just be using my kitchen to bake, and then customers would occasionally pick up orders from my house.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Isles?
So it looks like you had a neighborhood meeting, but I don't see the minutes in the packet. Did anybody come to your meeting?
Yes, we had one neighbor attend, and I sent that in, so I don't know if it just didn't make it in there, but there was one neighbor who came, and she was just concerned about whether or not people would be parking in front of her house, because she's had people park in her grass partially before. But she's a couple doors down, and there's plenty of space for people to park on my driveway to pick up an order.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak tonight in favor or in opposition to this request? Please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll close that part of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a home occupation bakery. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation for those properties. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions including no signage and that all parking must occur off-street on the driveway that you can see right here.
Any questions for Director Hand? I'm assuming you ate all the samples.
I do have a sweet tooth, yes.
Okay, seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
I'll go ahead and move to approve SP 2023-104, subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Armstrong for 2 years. Is there a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-104 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 11th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2023-105, David Dial. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 4509 Garfield Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Hey, Mr. Dial, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would start off with your name and address.
Yes, thank you. David Dial, 820 Armor Road, Kansas City, Missouri. And thank you, Chairman and board members and Ms. Parker for your time tonight. Yes, this is for a short-term rental special use permit at the at Garfield address there. This would be our third rental in the area, not the Kansas City area, but in general Kansas City metro area. And I'm well aware of the concerns that most people have, most neighbors have with short-term rentals. And I'd just like to take a minute to go through what measures we take to ensure that there's no kind of nuisances that tend to be connotated with short-term rentals, and why we have such a good track record at our other 2 locations. So one of the things is that we pre-screen all of our folks that are going to be coming, our guests that would be coming to stay. We don't allow anybody that is local, so that cuts out the partier type of demographic. And we don't allow folks that don't have any reviews that are positive. So you have to have a track record of positive reviews. As well, we keep a close eye on the properties, probably even more than if it was a long-term rental, honestly. That's because we have security cameras in front and in back. And we also go the extra mile of having specialized noise sensors that can detect if there's a threshold above a certain decibel level inside the home. That would, let us know that there's some kind of maybe potential party starting or too many people in the house. And also it's clearly stated no parties are allowed in the rental. Of course, that is a standard policy by Airbnb, and we're on the VRBO platform as well. But we state that clearly, And unlike many short-term rentals, we require guests to read and digitally sign a renter's agreement that states as such that they have to follow all the rules that we set forth for parties and not going over the occupancy and quiet hours and such that would help guarantee that a low impact on the neighbors. So in addition to that, they have a security deposit they have to put in. So that is not something that is typical of most Airbnb reservations. This is a third party security deposit that we arrange outside of the platform. So most Airbnbs don't have that that extra protection. The main thing with this is we just want to make it a win-win for the community. It's going to be a property that is well maintained, because obviously if it's not well maintained, then folks won't want to come and visit. And so we have landscaping, and we'll stay up on our pest management, and it's going to be a well maintained property like we do all of our other two properties. And engagement with the neighborhood has been good. We did have our neighborhood meeting, and although nobody attended, I did hear from the neighborhood association prior to the meeting, Neighbors Who Care, and so I just kind of went over what I just shared with you, the different measures that we go through to make sure that there's no negative impact to our neighbors. And she's at the end, she said she would support what we're doing. So I don't think she submitted a letter, but this is the verbal conversation that we had. So a good engagement with the neighbors, speaking with the direct neighbors across the street and next door. The same kind of responses, just like I've shared here, making sure that they know that we're very clear that we say no parties and no disturbances, and all of the other measures that I've just talked about to make sure there's no problems. So outside of all of that, as a business, we also care about the community in other ways. We donate a portion to charity. We do donate a stay to like Children's Mercy Hospital. Like last year, that's the one we do. So we like to give back to the community as well. But that is pretty much it. It's all in the package, and I appreciate your consideration, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah. Where did you hold the neighborhood meeting?
I had it on Zoom.
Okay, so the people were given information how to attend the Zoom meeting, is that correct? I was just curious because I see the meeting was notarized in San Diego, California.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I live in both places, and I telecommute. So I have a presence in both San Diego, and I happened to be in San Diego when I was getting it notarized. But yeah, for the meeting itself, we sent out the letters. I gave the link to the meeting. I shortened it actually so that it would be easier to type in if someone was going to be typing it in. And we didn't, like I said, we didn't get anybody to join, but we did have folks that reached out prior, like I said, asking questions.
Yeah, so you talked to Marlene on the 20th of November of Neighbors Who Care.
Yeah, we had a good conversation with Marlene.
Did she send you a letter of support?
She didn't give me a letter. I guess I should have asked for that. I was.
Yeah, I would think that would be a misstep on her part, because I know her, who's the president of the neighborhood watch group there. Yeah, so
yeah,
that's why I wondered why I don't see any comment from her on here other than you talked to her. Okay,
I can follow up with her if I need to, and get that if you need me to.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Isles?
It's Commissioner Isles. Mr. Dial, a couple of questions. I noticed that you listed a person's name, Laura Jones, as the contact. Is she also the property manager?
That's right. She's local to the area, and so she's able to help out if we're not there. She's able to respond to an issue.
Do the neighbors have her information to contact her if there's an issue?
You know what? I need to provide them that. Yeah, I don't think I put that on the meeting letter, but I can definitely. I have the phone numbers of the neighbors across the street and adjacent to me, so I'll definitely provide them her number.
And how long would it take Laura to get to the property if there is a problem?
She lives less than like 15 minutes away, so um, I would say 15 to 30 minutes, perhaps.
Okay. And you do have other properties that you own or manage, is that correct?
Yes, we have two others. We have one in Overland Park and one in South Plaza area. And similar, we run them all the same way. We manage them all the same way. And the way that we screen the guests, it really cuts down on any issues. We've never had any neighbor call or complain. And we have good relationships with the neighbors. The neighbors actually wanted to use the properties for their family and friends when they come to town. So
Have you been operating this property without a special use permit?
no, ma'am. No, we closed on the sale, or on the purchase rather, in October. No, late August. Um, and it's been vacant since then. We set it up. And it's ready to go, but no one has been living there. We have not listed it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Midtown area. We received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are some older notices of violation, excuse me, which has been addressed by the renovation of the property. Staff recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 7 people on site at one time, 2 cars off street.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Ward was an aye.
okay, Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-105 for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, January 11th, before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Our next special use permit is SP 2023-107. Sharisa Struther with Early Learning Academy. Special use permit to operate a daycare within the Boys and Girls Club at 1220 Troop Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No. Thank you. Ms. Struther?
Hi.
Hi, go ahead and give us your name and address, please. Tell us what you'd like to do.
My name is Sharice Struther. I reside at 12265 South Penrose Street, Olathe, Kansas. I am here tonight to get approval for a special use permit to operate a daycare inside the Boys and Girls Club located at 1220 Troop Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? How many children will be cared for at this facility?
As of right now, I have requested less than 24.
Okay, and what are the ages? What's the maximum? Starting in
Yes, sir. Youngest infant 6 weeks to age 5.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a daycare at the Boys and Girls Club. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on this property. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones?
No question.
I'm sorry?
No questions.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions or anything like that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Armstrong?
I move to approve SP 2023-107 for 2 years and subject to staff comments and stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Armstrong to approve SP 2023-107 for 2 years, subject to staff stipulation and comments. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones, is that a second?
That's
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2023-107 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 8 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, January 11th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is Plan Review PR 2023-028. Jacob Dobbs with Call Valley Engineering. Final development plan for a change in occupancy to convert a vacant retail shop into a laundromat at 1720 Minnesota Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other document, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the commission that we did hear full testimony on this application last month. It was held over for a month for the applicant to work with the staff.
All right, Commissioner Armstrong, you had contact?
Yeah, I spoke with a couple community members and Commissioner States.
And I
Oh.
apologize. I did have.
I'm
a
sorry.
conversation, And I did have a conversation with Commissioner Stites myself.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Mr. Dobbs, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Anything different from last month to this month?
Hi, my name is Jacob Dobbs. I reside at 6402 North Highland Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri. From last month to this month, we did meet with Byron Toy here, and we had a great meeting with them. We love working with the planning staff. They're always helpful. But with that, we had to respectfully disagree on the placement of the building there specifically. Moving the building to the southwest corner of the lot would prevent the option of connecting to the existing sewer service line and would require a sewer main extension, which would be cost prohibitive to this project. This would involve additional time and effort and would require trenching into Minnesota Avenue, disrupting the traffic temporarily and tearing up the road. The original plan when discussing this with the Public Works would involve us connecting to the main using the existing service line and not have additional work in the city's right of way. So from there, we still believe that the more feasible location would be the northeast corner of the property. I know that I believe that Kathy Warman with Warman Architecture is also here to speak more on the project.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Your name?
Thank you. My name's Kathleen Warman with Warman Architects, 1735 Swift, North Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you again for hearing our case this evening, and to kind of echo what Jacob said. Staff has been very helpful. We did meet with Byron Toy after the last commission meeting. Again, great group to work with always. In terms of, we know how committed staff is to the master plan and putting these buildings up to the public right of way. As Jacob mentioned, and kind of what we discussed with Byron, was this just doesn't work for this particular project for a number of reasons. He talked a little bit about Public Works did ask us to try to reuse the sewer connection. That would be impossible if we were to pull the building up and do that. And could I ask, excuse me, could you put the landscape plan or the site plan up, please, from our submittal? And, you know, I think that the thing that we want to make sure that everybody understands is that we're not tone deaf to the idea that the staff and the city very much wants this to look nice. It's an important intersection. We understand its relationship and its importance to Minnesota Avenue. We think this is an improvement to what's there now. If there are items with landscaping or things that, well, we still need to address, we want to work with staff. We're happy to work further with staff on items like that. Could you go ahead and put the color rendering of the building up, please? Actually, go back one to the floor plan. Not that, yeah, the floor plan. There you go. This is for an architect, form follows function. The front of our building faces Minnesota Avenue. Our entrance is there on Minnesota Avenue. We have storefront glass to the floor, lots of glazing, lots of light. That glass and storefront turns the corner to face the other street. But in a laundromat, you have washers, and then you have the exterior of the back of the building, and that back corner is where all the dryers have to be, and the ventilation and the space behind those. And to pull this building up to the street at that point, we'd still want the glass on Minnesota Avenue and entrance and things like that. But there's really no good way to bring people from a parking lot behind this building into the building without making them come around with laundry baskets or whatever, all the way back around to the front of the building to get in. So it is an actual, functionality issue. And if you could go ahead and show the color rendering of the exterior, thank you. Again, we started out on this project when we had our pre-application meeting with a very, very simple building. Staff's recommendations were to look at the design guidelines. We did. We have changed this building from its previous materials to an all masonry building with a little bit of lighter materials, a lot of glass. The masonry is all integral color, split face or rough hewn block. We do have a little smooth face block, but it's just a band. It is also integral color and it is single scored to look like 8x8 tile. It doesn't look like plain gray concrete blocks. It's a very nice looking building. We've added a cornice, we have awnings, we have relief. We have a water table with where we transition horizontally from 12-inch block to 8-inch block. We feel like that we've met the spirit and intent of the design guidelines. But with that being said, we're happy to sit down with staff and talk about any particulars of the building architecture and update things as they see fit. We've just got to figure out a way to work with you to get your approval to locate the building on the site where we're showing it. We don't think it's safe to have the parking hidden back behind the building. We'd like to have it be bright and well lit and welcoming and have people be able to come in the front. With that, if you have any questions of us, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Isles?
So you didn't really make any substantial changes since the last meeting, is that correct?
We did not. The subject of our conversation with Mr. Toy was just really focused on where the building sat on the site.
Right,
And so
which was why it was held over, because according to design guidelines, it should be up at the street.
Correct. Yeah. So we don't feel that we can do that.
There is, oh, I still had another question for her.
Yes, ma'am.
There is currently a parking lot on the west side of that building. I don't know if it has an entrance on that side or not, but wouldn't that be doable?
Well, the Public Works is requiring us to close the curb cut off Minnesota Avenue. So we wouldn't, which we are, we don't, if you want to go back to the site plan. Currently there's a curb cut on right at the hard corner and rightfully so, they're asking us to close that. That doesn't really work with that traffic and the intersection. There is an existing curb cut that's up there that's on 18th Street, but what that creates is an unnavigable dead end. You can't get in and out or park because there's no way to, right now that parking lot, as you point out, on the west side of the building functions because you can drive through it, but you can't do that if we have to close that, and it should be closed.
So if that curb cut was allowed to stay, then you've got plenty of parking on the west side and you can meet the design guidelines.
I don't know that we were able to meet the number of parking. There's a parking lot there, but there's not that many spaces.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gunnar, can you go back to the layout of the interior, please? So on the, I guess, looking at the screen on the left side, what are those? It looks like there's a doorway to the side. Is that correct?
Correct. Basically, we have storefront and entrances that face both Minnesota Avenue and 18th Street. Yes, sir.
Okay, so there is another side entrance. Okay, so I think that was going back to my question from Commissioner Isles. The people could still park on the west side of the building and still have access without having to be in the front.
Well, but that's not with this building. This building is, that would be having to either reuse one of the existing buildings or try to make this building work on the east side of the lot to preserve the parking on the west. But I mean, that's not, if you go back to the site plan, it's a kind of an odd shaped site.
Right.
It goes back up. There's kind of a niche in the back. There's a fairly substantial grade differential. The north end and 18th Street goes up the hill. That curb cut on 18th Street's probably 3 or 4 feet higher than Minnesota Avenue. There's quite a grade slope across that site.
Well, 3 to
So-
4 is not that big. I mean, 1 to 2 is almost a flat driveway. So, I mean,
Well, I can let Jacob address that. I'm just.
that's okay. I'm just saying it's not insurmountable. We're not climbing a mountain there.
No, but it does make a difference when you've got to meet ADA and get people into a building and establish a finished floor elevation that hits that spot that's between Minnesota Avenue and that high point. So there's some complication with that. I mean, we really looked at some different options.
And he also mentioned that hooking onto, was it sewer main?
Sanitary, yes.
Sanitary.
Mhm.
So the current building that's already up to the front, it's not hooked up? They weren't able to, I mean, there was already a building there, so it's hooked up, correct?
Correct. And I think when we had our pre-application meeting, what the Public Works asked us to do was to reuse that existing connection.
Uh-huh.
And by putting the building up on the hard corner, we would cut that off and we would not be able to make that connection. We'd have to extend the main.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Other questions for the applicant?
I do.
Commissioner Armstrong.
Now correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I have my notes pulled up from the last month's meeting. Another sticking point was a blind spot in regards to pedestrians. Has there been anything done to address that? I know in response to Commissioner Iles, you said there hasn't really been any changes. Has that been looked at all? Because I know that was one of the big sticking points last month.
A blind spot for pedestrians?
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. I don't recall exactly that. We want to make sure there's public sidewalk. I think that one thing that will probably be added would be kind of a crosswalk, if you will, which we do it in a lot of projects, from the public sidewalk up to the front door, to make sure that that's a welcoming pedestrian, safe pedestrian type path for anyone that might be walking and coming or riding the bus, getting off the bus and coming to the facility. So, I mean, we're again, more than happy to incorporate things like that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Strauss.
I was just point of a clarification on that last comment. The blind spot was in regards to if we push the building up to the corner of the creating a traffic blind spot.
Okay.
If that building was in that whatever that would be, southwest corner.
West, right.
That was what that discussion was about, of having that building there with it being a major intersection. So that was just a point of clarification on that.
Thank you. Yes.
Other questions? Do you have a Matt Cross on your team?
We do, but I don't think he's on.
Well, he's on Zoom and he's got his hand up, so all right. I just want to make sure he was on your team, not remember. All right, Mr. Cross, I've got you queued up, ready to speak, and then we'll go to you, Levert.
Yeah, this is Matt Cross, Call Valley Engineering, engineer of record, civil on the project. And yeah, I was just clarifying a couple of the points that were made. The issue with the elevation, by lowering the building and bringing it to the elevation at the southwest corner, that adds to the issues connecting to the existing sanitary sewer. Currently, it's under, I would estimate, under the out arrow on Minnesota Avenue that we show here in the landscape plan. And let's call it 3 feet below the pavement. If we move that building 3 or 4 feet lower to the southwest corner and away from that connection, it's almost impossible to get the elevation that we need to connect to that existing sanitary sewer. Also, to the blind spot, there were 2 additional issues by moving that building to the southwest corner. It creates an obstruction for traffic on Minnesota Avenue. Anybody pulling up to the intersection at 18th Street, if they are not aware that there's a pedestrian that would be coming out from that corner, that pedestrian is in danger. There are also some safety concerns by moving the building to the southwest corner. That is what we were talking about, and a few of the commissioners agreed with last time, were the safety concerns by moving the building to the southwest corner of the lot. And I think that from a civil engineering standpoint is everything that I've got.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Are you going to talk on behalf of the team or do you want to speak on behalf of the project?
I want to speak on behalf of the team and the project.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Commission Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, staff, and members of the public, good evening. I am Lavert Murray, and currently serve in this Unified Government Administration as the Chief Economic Development Advisor to the Mayor's Office. I come before you tonight in support of the final development plan for the proposed laundromat facility to be located at 1720 Minnesota Avenue. Again, that is in support of petition PR 2023-028. My support and recommendation to you is for the design and placement of the building as proposed by the petitioner. And the petitioner's engineers and architects. I do not present this recommendation lightly, as I realize the staff takes a position that is contrary to what the developers would like to see. I believe that it is a stretch to determine from the downtown area plan that the only option regarding the requirement for the placement of this building is that of locating the building on the corner. Mind you, the staff is emphasizing adhering to design guidelines of the downtown area plan, which by way of those plans are intended to show some flexibility. I am prepared to advise you and the Unified Government Commission that this is the downtown area plan and the downtown master plan, and that it is not intended to be a static document. I believe that the Unified Government Commission, when considering the downtown area plan, did not intend to be boxed into an all or nothing kind of situation for projects such as this, which are desirable for the downtown area. I would ask you to keep in mind that this project is moving from M2 industrial zoning to commercial zoning. Again, a desirable feature for the downtown, when in and of itself makes things better for the downtown. Additionally, in this case, you are working or working with the developer who has made substantial changes to their plan already to make it fit within the guidelines of the downtown and fit within this area. Mind you, if you look at the plan as proposed by the developer and you flip it across the street to the west, where you have the 1 hour cleaners, it's almost an identical kind of layout, although it is a much better looking development. And I come to you tonight not as a novice in the planning arena. During my term as almost 40 years here as the Director of Development, the Unified Government or the County Administrator, the Unified Government Commission, and the Mayor assigned me the task, and I think Janet Parker can bear this out, of making recommendations to the Planning Commission along with the Planning Director to make sure that if there was a flip side of the coin, that the Planning Commission heard that. And of course, my recommendations at that time had equal weight with the Planning Director. Now, I only mention that to show you that I come to you not as a novice, and that's not the direction of the commission or the administrator, and that practice is not in place at this time. If in fact, and I believe you are aware that the Planning Commission, members of the Planning Commission requests that this matter if it is turned down, be referred to the full commission for final resolution. Along with that, as I look at the staff's recommendation for the motion on this matter, if it is approved, it reads, I move the Kansas City, Kansas Planning Commission approve the petition as meeting all of the requirements of the city code and being in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare, subject to such modifications as are necessary to resolve to the satisfaction of city staff all comments contained in the staff reports and the following additional requirements of the Kansas City, Kansas Planning Commission. Now, I'm a little concerned about such a motion if, and without clarification, I don't know if such a motion would approve the project with the building in its proposed location, as opposed to having it referred to or positioned on the corner. And
Excuse
thus,
me,
if you're
Mr.
in-
Murray, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you, Janet. And so I would recommend, if that motion is presented, to change it to, as it relates to resolve to the satisfaction of the staff, eliminate the all, but comments contained in the staff report related to the siting of the building and the building and plan shall be approved as submitted by the petitioner. That is my recommendation to you. And as I indicated earlier, if this project moves to the full commission as requested, that is the recommendation I would make to the full commission.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. Commissioner Isles, do you have a question?
Mr. Murray, so I've only been here about 8 months, but this is the first time I've seen you at one of these meetings or heard you testify. What makes this case worthy of your appearance and testimony?
And thank you. And I mentioned my, as the county administrator calls it, my hiatus, my retirement. I'm back. I've been back about 2 years in my current position. I've gone before the Unified Government Commission many times. I've thought about coming before the Planning Commission a number of times and have projects already lined up to be back before you. However, to answer your question, what makes this my first time since I've returned? I believe this project to be critical to the downtown. In the past, when I made recommendations to the Planning Commission, I always tried to make sure that I addressed projects that were critical to economic development initiatives and moving our city forward on the economic development plane. And so that's why I do consider this to be a critical economic development initiative to our downtown. It cleans up a very unsightly corner in the downtown. It's on somewhat of the fringe, but it would have great impacts on the downtown and the neighborhoods surrounding the downtown.
One other thing, I just wanted to let you know, you said that they made substantial changes, but that was one of the first questions I asked the architect, and she answered. I said, you didn't make any substantial changes since the last time you were here, and she said no. So they have not made any substantial changes, and it still doesn't follow design guidelines. And there's a laundromat across the street and a cleaners next door. You know, maybe it's not the right place for them as the entrance way to our downtown.
Well, and if I could, and the architect can answer that as well, but when I referred to substantial changes, I was going off of the initial original plan for this project. And so perhaps that plan was presented before it came to the commission, but since the inception of this project, there have been substantial changes in its design.
And that's what I was saying to you. Yes.
Go ahead back to the mic, please. If you're going to speak, go ahead and go back to the mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No, and again, that's kind of what I was saying in the beginning. We started out when we met with staff at the very beginning with a very simple, we've actually gone through a number of iterations of the site, the building, reusing an existing building, never really could find anything that worked. And so even from when we submitted initially and got staff comments, the building elevations, the materials, the relief and all those things, those there's been substantial changes. And I think that's what Mr. Murray was referring to. So.
Yes,
My-
ma'am.
My name is Summer Lawson. I reside at 5549 Aberdeen Road, Fairway, Kansas, and I'm a part of the management team with the laundromat here speaking to you tonight. To answer your question or to answer your statement and point of clarification about a laundromat across the street, that is no longer available, like there in operation today. The laundromat across the street that you referenced in your earlier testimonial statement.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other questions for the applicant before we go to the public? Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward or raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll now go to Director Hand and get his final comment on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a final development plan for a laundromat, excuse me. It was held over last month by the commission in order to seek a redesign with staff. This is in the downtown area plan. There have been no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some old notices of violation which either have been rectified or would be addressed by this project. A couple points of clarification before staff's recommendation. This is not a change of zone. The building across the street that was referenced by Mr. Murray is not in the downtown area plan and was not built when the current commercial design guidelines were applicable like this project is. I would note that the staff has received a letter from the Board of Commission that would like this case to move forward to the Board of Commission. So we're essentially functioning like it would be a regular preliminary development plan, whatever the recommendation of the Plan Commission tonight or other action would eventually end up as a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners at a later date. Staff does recommend denial of this case. We do have conditions of approval if need be. Those conditions of approval do not include a deviation for the siting of the building and the parking space. That would be required by the Planning Commission. Staff would also recommend that a direct pedestrian connection from probably the best option would be the Minnesota sidewalk be made directly to the front door. There are 27 parking spaces provided in this site plan, only 22 are required. So we could make that work and not impact parking standards. There is one other potentiality here because of the holidays. The Board of Commissioner hearing for this case occurs after the next Plan Commission in January. So the next Planning Commission is January 8th. I could be wrong. Maybe
January 8th.
January 8th. The Board of Commissioner hearing for this agenda is January 11th. So you could hold over another 30 days and ask them to try to redesign again. Staff is not beholden to one specific location. We asked to move it around. We understand that the design guidelines are flexible. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we've already cut off public comments, so we're.
Just wanted to clarify, Mr. Hand indicated the next commission meeting. If you look at the letter that the commission sent to you asking that it be referred to the commission, it asked that it be referred to the next commission meeting, the next available commission meeting. And so it is anticipated that that referral would be to this coming Thursday.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
I do believe that the public hearing was closed. And
I did. I made that.
And we have been so
when is the next commission meeting? Well, I mean, that's what we're
all of
what
our
Mr.
our understanding is that all of our items are to be on the planning and zoning meeting that goes before the commission. If you recall, a couple of months ago, well, you won't recall, but the Board of Commissioners meeting ran past midnight and they actually had 3 items of ours that they did not get to. The mayor stopped the hearing on planning and zoning because it was so late, and he held them for 1 month until the next planning and zoning meeting.
Also, the ordinance that allows the Board of Commissioners to write this letter and have it go to the Board of Commissioners is, we believe, specific to P and Z hearings.
All right, so the next public commission meeting is January 11th. Is that correct? Okay.
And
All right, so
can we get legal interpretation of the letter? Because I know the commissioners that sent the letter, they said the next commission meeting. So I don't know if legal would concur with what you've opined, Mr. Hand.
do we have a copy of this letter?
I don't have the letter.
I don't have a copy on me, but again, I think what's germane is the ordinance, not the letter.
Legal or comment on the ordinance.
I guess what my situation is here. I've never seen a case like this come up. And how long have I been on here, Janet? 10 years
A
or so?
long time. Oh, I think longer
I've
than
never
that, maybe.
seen something as inappropriate as I'm witnessing tonight. I'm ready to stand for a motion. I don't need, Jeff, I don't need a comment from you on this. I'm ready to stand for a motion. Mr. Strauss? I'm sorry, Commissioner Isles.
I don't even look like him.
I'm sorry. Well, Commissioner Strauss is at the top of my list. So or on top of my screen. So I'm looking at him, but I'm thinking of you. So anyway, sorry.
So Commissioner Isles here, I'm going to make a motion to deny petition PR 2023-028, subject to all the comments and suggestions outlined in this staff report.
Okay, so the motion is for denial by Commissioner Isles for the reasons stated by the maker. Is there a second? Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
It is, sir.
All right, any discussion on the motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Mueller,
No.
Strauss,
No.
Ward,
No.
Armstrong,
No.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Yes.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aaron?
Commissioner Jones,
Nay.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of this plan review fails. 2 in favor and 6 opposed. So we will
Okay,
need
so-
a new motion.
And I've got somebody here. Commissioner Strauss.
I'm going to move to approve. I lost the track of the number here.
It's PR 28.
2023-28.
PR 2023-28. With the current plan that the petitioner has submitted.
Okay, motion made for approval of PR 2023-028 as submitted by the petitioner, correct?
That is correct. I said that wrong, but that is correct.
All right, is there a second?
Point of order, Mr. Chair, you need to make the deviation.
I'm sorry?
You need to make the deviation to the design guidelines accordingly, and staff would still recommend that a pedestrian connection be made from Minnesota.
So in that motion, I'm sorry, Gunnar, you need a motion to deviate.
At least,
from-
at least a deviation from that design guideline for the siting of the building and the parking lot. And then again, staff would encourage an added condition for a direct pedestrian connection to Minnesota Avenue.
Design guide for a deviation from the design guideline for the exterior material.
No, for the siting of the building.
Siting,
Yeah, not-
siting.
With a T, sorry.
Sorry, the siting of the building.
And the parking lot.
I will amend my motion to include the deviation of the siding and placement of the building to the northeast corner, as well as the connectivity of the pedestrian from Minnesota Avenue to the front doors of the building.
Did I get it? All right, thank you. Is there a second? That was a second. Commissioner Beth, is that okay, including the modifications?
Yes.
All right, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Who seconded the motion? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Beth,
Okay, thank you. Okay, Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Isles,
Nay.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plan review passes 6 in favor and 2 opposed, with the deviation to the design guidelines for the siting of the building and the parking lot and the connectivity.
and as requested, this will go to the Board of County Commissioners
January the 11th.
January the 11th. I mean, that's where it goes from here. That's fine. January 11th, 7 PM. Okay, let's move on to the last case.
Mr. Chairman, this is our last case. We have 2 items we'll hear together. Master Plan Amendment Application MPL 2023-017. Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Master Plan Amendment from Medium Density Residential to High Density Residential Citywide Comprehensive Plan at 1300 North 59th Street, and Plan Review Application PR 2023-034. Preliminary plan reviewed to construct a multifamily development at 1300 North 59th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated December 11, 2023, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publication in the Echo for the master plan amendment, the notices to property owners, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Grant, you're going to come to the podium to present. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Mr. Peterson. Where'd you come from?
I was ready.
Okay.
Ms. Parker, would you mind promoting Amy?
I'm sorry. I did not see you walk in.
As they're getting ready, my name is Kurt Peterson, 900 West 48th Place, Kansas City, Missouri. I did hear Ms. Parker say that the entire BOZA proceeding was inserted in the record, which is wonderful. So all I would like to do very efficiently, there we go, that's helpful. There's 3 items. There's offering based on the discussion between staff and myself on behalf of applicant and commissioners. We are going to propose, I'm going to outline first, Amy, before we go through the details. The proposed language we think reflects the discussion we had on condition number 2, which is sidewalks. I will then flash up the standard language on the downspouts, which is number 12, Chairman. And those are the 2 stipulations. And then lastly, I'll repeat for the record so you all can hopefully approve the planning deviation related to that amenity issue. So all this is repeat. The first is Yeah, there we go. That's the outline. And then going back to that sidewalks language, I actually will just, if you don't mind, I'll read it so we can all digest it. So the black is what is there now, and we've inserted the red trying to reflect what we all talked about. Sidewalks are required as part of the high density residential designation in the citywide comprehensive plan. Due to the narrow width of the roadway, the parking variance being sought, and the expectancy of increased pedestrian traffic, and then this is language we're proposing. The applicant shall work with planning staff to construct a 6-foot sidewalk or less as permitted with the existing right-of-way, subject to any necessary temporary construction easements, spanning from the southern entrance into the property south to State Avenue. And I'll just note one item related to that. We sat back there forever trying to make sure this reflected the conversation. It's something we can agree to. The part we added about subject to any necessary temporary construction easements, I don't know how long we were back there with our 2 engineers, but we were diving into all this, not knowing we can't design it with you on the spot, but we probably will need some temporary construction easements, because even on that part that comes just south of our property on the west side of the street, we started realizing you might need, this is why this is hard. Maybe a little tiny lip because there's some grade. So you might have to build, I don't want to call it a wall, if you know what I mean. But the point is, we're being full disclosure. We will work with you, Gunnar, immediately. Maybe we'll give you tomorrow off, but right after that, we'll get with your staff and engineering as necessary and dive into this. But the 2 caveats were what we talked about. One is we got to stay within the right of way. And 2, if we need any temporary construction easements, we can't do what we can't do, but we'll dive in with you. So I'll finish. So that's sidewalks. And then if we want to go to the next one, this is the standard language about downspouts in red. I'll let you read it real fast, but just what's both staff and the applicant said about that. And then the last is just for the record, the deviation related to, you remember you need 1 major and 2 minor, or large and small, I should say, 2 small amenities. And our picnic area is slightly smaller, even though it meets all the other criteria for a small amenity. So that is, if you're in agreement, as staff is approving a deviation related to that. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of that, including, I imagine, number 2, if anybody wants to dialogue on that.
Yes, Mr. Conway.
Just to clarify, Kurt, is the red language in addition to what the staff language is already in the report?
I'm glad you're asking. It is getting late and took a little for granted. I imagine Mr. Hand, we've done this before, is on the same page. But condition number 2, as it's in the packet, would be replaced with everything on the screen. And for transparency, we put in red what is new language that we're adding. But that on the screen, at least what we're proposing, would replace condition number 2 in the packet.
Okay, anything else you want to add to your presentation? Okay, questions
thank you.
for the applicant on the new material? Okay, we're going to go to the public. Those of you that would like to speak to this case, please come forward. That's right. Your name and address, please.
Vicki Owens, 1233 North 59th Street.
Yes.
Okay. Well, since it seems like none of them have really ever been out to the construction site to see that there is other issues besides just from one of their driveways to State Avenue, there is also concerns about the road going up north. There's a very huge hill. People fly down that, and if they have driveways coming out, and I'm not sure the second driveway at what grade along that hill it is, there's going to be people flying over that hill, and we're going to have accidents. It's a dangerous road as it is. There's no sidewalks, there's no shoulders. Like one of you said, it's a rural road. That's how it is. And so I thought to clarify for everybody, I would show them pictures of what our road does look like. And also, there are 2 streams involved in all this. The culverts are, I think on the bottom. Yeah, the bottom. I've tried to put little notes on the back to explain everything.
Okay.
So I've been here for several planning things. Once when Schlegel went in, and now when the dirt is being removed from State Avenue. And so when they were moving the dirt from State Avenue, I said, I have a ravine to my side that, how close are they going to come to that and what's going to happen? And I was informed that it was a natural waterway and they could not interfere with it in any way. So down on each side of my drive, I have the one that they were referring to is to the south of my driveway. It's a stream that goes down. There's a culvert there. It goes across the road. Mr. Rodina has a great big huge culvert that goes underneath his business that stream also flows into. I also have a stream on the north side of my driveway. I don't know if that one also flows into the natural waterway, but I'm just wondering what their plans are to do with that.
Okay, we'll get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. So I think I tried to show with cars coming down the road without me being ran over, how narrow the road actually is. If the car is going up the road and one is coming down, if they're very big vehicles, it's really tight. And if you pull over, sometimes there's not even kind of a shoulder, there's a ditch.
Yeah, I was out there today.
Oh, were you? Did you see me stand in the middle of the road?
No, I would have remembered you.
So anyway, so I just thought to bring everything to light a little more. I also have a question for Mr. Peterson.
Well, go ahead and ask me and we'll get you an
Okay.
answer.
So he loves to talk about how wonderful this company is that's coming in, this developer. I would like to know why they're not accredited with the Better Business Bureau.
Okay.
And also why, when you look up some of their establishments that they've already put in, the reviews are horrible. So I've tried to find as many as I could. The one they put in Lexington is awful.
Okay.
So those are some of my concerns. When we asked them about security, they hawed and said, oh, well, we'll probably have a security guard around and there'll be security cameras. Well, that's not too assuring to me, So there's concerns.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Do I make a pretty man or an ugly woman?
See, I'm not gonna fall into that trap. No, 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 no.
Just trying to
No,
figure
no,
it
no.
out.
This is my meeting, not yours.
Okay. All right.
But good
Gene-
try.
Gene Holland, 1325 North 59th Street. I've actually been there 67 years, born and raised. I came home from the hospital to the basement of 1315. My dad was building that house, so I've been there a long time. You're right about it being I call it chip road, probably until maybe the 80s. They finally got around to asphalting. But a little background. Transparency, I'm also a little concerned about Merriam Group presenting this as a way to improve our community. I think it's a way for them to make money. Any for-profit business, they're not in it to help people, they're in it to make money. Mr. Peterson said it was designated low-income housing. I did a little search today. One-bedroom houses in our neighborhood, there is La Hacienda on Parallel, Stonehenge on Meadowbrook. Those both, they're one-bedroom apartments. Well, Stonehenge only has two. La Hacienda has one, but all their apartments start at $1,000 or so. So to have an apartment complex come in, offer $600 for rent, I would just ask what kind of people are gonna move in there. And what happens, I understand the apartments are gonna be very pretty and very new for the first few years, but what happens on down the road? If you know about, there's apartments on 55th between State and Parallel. Those used to be new apartments. Now they are very run down, and that's our concern for in the future. We're concerned about the quest for money over safety. If someone was going to improve our neighborhood, there would not be a discussion about the need for a sidewalk on that road. It's very narrow, it's very dangerous. I don't like walking it, but I do. Last February, we had a car. We live right below the crest of the big hill. So when cars come over the hill,
You're on the south side of it or the north side of the hill?
south side.
Okay.
Okay, come down the hill. Last February, a car came down the hill doing snow, slippery conditions, but they went off the road through our property and into the yard at 1315. That was last February. It's probably been maybe 10 years or so ago, but another car did pretty much the same thing, came down, flipped over. Nobody killed, fortunately, but that road is still quite a concern. It's very dangerous. I'd also be concerned about kids walking up the hill to go to Sligo. I know most of them will take buses, but if there's after-school events or sporting events, that type of thing, that's going to lead to some pedestrian traffic up and down the hill, and that's a real concern. 59th Street, they talked about people using 59th Place as a way for people to get out of that parking or that complex and on to State Avenue. That's a private drive, as we've discussed. I've been over there a few times looking for stray dogs, and the management there is very adamant about people not being in there on their private property if they don't have to be. So I'm concerned thinking that, oh, people don't have to walk down 59th Street. They can walk up 59th Place to State Avenue. I don't think that's going to happen. The two driveways is also a concern. Again, that whole complex starts at the bottom of the hill but goes up the hill. Depending on where those driveways are going to be into the complex, there's a potential for one of those to be somewhere between our house, which is close to the top of the hill, and the next house at 1315, which is going to be right in the middle of that hill, kind of a dead spot for traffic. So people coming over the hill, we can hear cars coming a block away over the hill as they speed up to get over the hill and down the hill, speeding up. One of those driveways is too close to the top of that hill. That's somebody's going to get hurt or killed. So we're concerned about that. Also, just the idea that people are going to drive and not walk and not be on the sidewalks. I would contest that. If you are looking for people that are designated low income, a lot of times they don't have vehicles. They are forced to walk. So I think there's going to be a lot more foot traffic than we've been talking about. Actually, I think that's about it. I'm not a big talker, so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also have online Miss Rivas, Betsy Rivas.
Yes, thank you. I just want to mention and echo the concerns that have been mentioned already. Earlier this night, the petitioners mentioned that they were concerned that the sidewalk conversation was going to derail this magical $45 million investment that this company is having in our community. And I want to say that, you know, while they have their concerns, and obviously this is a for-profit organization, us as citizens, we also have concerns that we would like to share with you all, especially regarding safety. You know, we are not here because we don't want other people to come into our communities or because we don't understand that there is a need for housing. That is absolutely not it. It was nice to hear that they're targeting people who are in need of, you know, low or income, and talking about how much it's needed for people that serve the community, teachers, hospital workers, etc. And that's all really nice. However, without giving them access, walking access to this new community that they're trying to build, that just limits it as well. Only creating it for people that can afford cars. It's also, you know, it shows that the interest is not really for this type of community. If you don't have a car, you're not going to be safe entering and exiting this new building or buildings that they're trying to create. Also, with them thinking of an alternative of using 59th Place, there is the bus stop nearby. Of course it is, but that's only for one direction. The one that goes the other direction is actually closer to North 59th Street. And then there will be building, or I heard that there's going to be a gas station or anything like that that's going to provide services. People would want to walk to that as well, and they will not have an easy access to that. So just again, echoing that this is really, as is with the houses that we have currently, a dangerous situation, dangerous street without sufficient space for sidewalks. And we do have people that walk up and down the street. And every time those people have to almost walk in the middle of the street because of the conditions of the street. So adding to that is only going to make this a lot more dangerous situation, not to mention what's going to happen when there's a need for emergency vehicles to come in and out, which happens. We do have elderly neighbors around the area. Just 2 days ago, we had someone right next to us needing assistance, and I can't imagine if there's something like that and a school bus trying to get through on the street with that many amount of people, new vehicles coming in. So just want to again echo, this is not a safe street for the amount of people that they're trying to bring in. And I would urge the petitioners to come and take a look, stand there and just witness the type of traffic and the type of street that they're trying to build on.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a Z Harrison. Z Harrison.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes. My name is Zachary Harrison. I'm at 1425 North 59th Street. Born and raised here as well. I haven't been here 60 years, but 39 and counting as of yesterday. And I once again also echo the dangers of this street. You know, I've seen it as a kid, whether it be animals hit, all those things, and people that do walk up and down the street, they do have to stay in the middle because they don't know which side they're going to have to jump to when somebody is barreling down the street at 70 or 80 miles an hour. It's been a problem. It's going to most likely continue to be a problem without speed bumps or anything like that put in place. As Gene mentioned, there was a vehicle that went off the road because there was a large vehicle coming up the street. It dodged it, but it swerved and shot over into the neighbor's yard. Luckily, it didn't go, 2 to 3 feet further. Otherwise, it would have been in that person's house, Gene's old house. Another thing is that both the sides, they do have like ditches there. If you go off the road, it's not just you're going to pull your car back up on the road. You're going to have to get pulled out of the side of there. If you have large vehicles going up and down the street, you're going to have to wait them out. A lot of times you have to wait them out because the flooding that happens down there at the bottom of the hill has pushed a lot of gravel and stuff into the middle of the street, and you can't just ride over it. It's like a nature's speed bump. That area there, we do have wildlife. You may think Kansas City, we are the city. We have deer, we have fox, we have raccoons. There'll be a lot of displacement of animals over there, covering up this area. The sidewalk, the issue for the street has always been, it's not safe for people to walk down. I've been here for a long time. When I mow the grass close to the road, I've always got to be on the lookout for a vehicle coming this direction. We've had, like you said, a car flip over. We've had cars hit telephone poles out here, and it's not exactly the safest area. And like the last lady stated, if you want to see it for yourself and understand it, then come out here and check it out. You really probably only had to be on the street 30, 45 minutes before you're going to have somebody barreling past, probably with their cell phone out, with disregard to safety. There's if this doesn't work out for you guys, 55th probably has a spot you can buy. But outside of that, I just don't think it's I worry about the low income as well. Of course I want people to have a place to go and a place to stay. But like Gene stated, it's new now. It has a new car smell, but here in a couple of years when we're trying to sell the house down the street from a place that's been, turned into 55th, then, we're going to have issues with an investment that we've made. I know it ain't 45 million, but it certainly to us is a lot of money. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call Mr. Peterson back up. We could address some of the concerns expressed by the neighbor. Can we start off with water control? And a matter of fact, in looking at the photographs, you can see nature speed bump that was accumulating out there at the bottom of the hill in the photographs we were given. What type of water runoff? That may be a question for your engineers.
Yeah, but in fact, I was talking to the civil this week and again before the meeting. So as with any major project in unified government, there's extensive requirements with respect to stormwater. I know Mr. Hand, his team has reviewed the preliminary stormwater study, and right now the detention is shown there at the southeast corner of the property. I didn't really call attention to it when we were up there. That's a low point. So I would go short on this one by saying, because I know all the commissioners know this, Governor Hand will affirm it. We are and will meet every single stormwater requirement for the unified government, which looks at runoff when you put impervious surface. So we never make matters worse, that's for sure.
Okay, and with regard to the hill, when your northernmost entrance, exit, whatever you want to call it, where is that in relationship to the hill where people seem to be hilltopping?
It's a good point. It's actually, I'll give credit to Ms. Grant there on my team. When we were talking to our developers, when they first came in the door, we do our own due diligence to understand the project. And the design of where those access points were, namely the northernmost access point, because that's the closest to the hill we've been talking about, is sufficient sight distance away. But don't listen to me. In the traffic study that UG staff has reviewed, can't remember if that's in the packet or not. If it is, you can review it for yourself, but it looks at the site distances, and that's one of the things that the professionals signed off on. So that was one of our first questions too, honestly.
Okay. Security, any type of security plan?
What we told the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting is that developer, depending on the location of the project and how it performs and operates, a lot of places don't need security. If it ends up needing security, whatever that looks like, that can be cameras, which we said at the neighborhood meeting, of various types. And if somebody has to, you hope that never happens. I hope it doesn't happen here. But if you have to have somebody to protect your asset and your residence.
So there wouldn't be any around the clubhouse or anything like that. There's not any planned at this point. It's going to be monitored.
My short way of saying what I said, as needed basis, it'd be for any project in the metro or across the United States. If you need it, it'll always will be there. You're going to protect your asset and your residence.
Okay. And then you spoke about the company's stature, that kind of thing. Can you want to just comment on where they come from, previous projects they've been involved in, and those kinds of things? We're in a world where people look at reviews and that's how we buy things, and that's how we decide where we want to buy things.
I look at it all the time, but here's
I looked up your reviews. Just kidding.
I don't want to know. Here's my short answer, but I do mean to have it be a serious answer.
Yes.
But when I look at an electronic we're doing all 5 kids Christmas shopping right now, Amazon, right? Going through. I'm trying to figure out what's the best little RC car for James or something. I go through and I start by looking at the low reviews. And as long as there's a few, right, it's hit or miss or whatever, and the bulk of them are positive, I chalk it up to everybody. It's a free country and you can say whatever you want, but you're probably being serious. Probably people say some bad things about me out there somewhere.
I'm not.
But hopefully it's the 1 or 2 stars. There's just a few. My point is,
I do much the same way you do.
Every multifamily project, probably every developer, but every multifamily project of any type and great developer from across the country, I've never had one that if you go on, you're not going to find some tenant in some place that says, I'm upset that it's too noisy on the second floor or whatever. That doesn't shock me at all, but I will stand by with my reputation. This is a very quality developer. One, I'm always about corroborating. Don't just listen to me. Hopefully you believe me. But one way to look at that is it's very competitive to get low-income housing tax credits. It's an extensive application. And you imagine what are one of the things that the federal government looks at? You will not in the state when they're involved. You will not get a low-income tax credit. Very sought after allocation if you're not an excellent operator, and they look at more than just online reviews. So that's my external corroboration of what I'm saying too.
I guess just one other question I have, out of all the other areas and places to pick, what was the appeal of this location with this type of road, and considering that's what we've heard the most about tonight, here's this rural road and we're going to spend $45 million on it.
So the answer is first, biggest picture before you get to the road. Talk about how you pick a site like this for this type of community. Low-income housing tax credit allocations, there, without getting into the weeds of weeds, they are spaced out. There's not an allocation given on every block next to one another. So you start by saying, does the community overall have a need for attainable housing? I can tell you firsthand, this is where I practice, YCO EDC, YEDC, there's absolutely a need. So that's what this developer found. Then you say, okay, where are the geographical gaps where an allocation being given? Well, this is one of the gaps on State Avenue where an allocation can be given. Then you find a site. Is there a site that's appropriate? Guess what? This site was RP 5, which is the exact appropriate zoning for this type of 180 unit density. And then you say, okay, and you look at other factors and you say, is it big enough? And is the access sufficient? And the project team looked at the road, and now we're looking at sidewalk issues, and said, this is sufficient, but we need to check with a traffic engineer to make sure it all works. There's a traffic study in your packet, and I can go on, but it goes that way. Is every site perfect and every sort of criteria? No, but it has to pass everything. And this site, including the road, passed. Traffic study was a big deal, though, to get that back to make sure.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other clarifications needed from the applicant before I have them take a seat? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
We've heard from the public. Now we'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Resign. This case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2023-051 parking variance, which was approved earlier this evening. This plan review is also being heard in conjunction with the Master Plan Amendment 2023-017. Again, this is proposed 180 unit apartment complex. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Midtown area. Excuse me. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition before this evening, no notices of violation for this property. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including the multifamily design guidelines. It will require a final development plan in the future. And then staff agrees with the changes to condition 2 and 12, reminds the commission that the deviation is built into condition number 4 as noted by the applicant. I would also suggest, based on the comments tonight about the condition of the road, and we've done this in the past, while it may not address it in perpetuity, the Planning Commission could add another condition that says post-construction, any deterioration in the road needs to be fixed. We've done this on multiple cases in the past. This has turned into kind of like they'd probably do like a 2-inch mill and overlay based on the construction route. My assumption is the construction route will be from State Avenue up to the site as opposed from Metal Arc down. In fact, that's probably what it should be no matter what. So essentially the same length, linear feet of the sidewalk could potentially be a mill and overlay in the future if we were to add the condition we've done in the past. It's not a standard condition, but it's a condition where we basically say repair the road post-construction. And I do believe, based on the condition of the current road, there will be some wear and tear by this construction project.
Sure. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready.
Mr. Chairman, we need to take the master plan amendment first, please.
I'm sorry, you are correct. So there'll be 2 motions, one on the master plan, the second will be on the plan review. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve Master Plan Amendment Case 2023-017, subject to staff stipulations and comments and the additional conditions that Gunnar mentioned with regard to number 2, 4, and
Number 2 and number 4. Was that L?
number 12. And then it needs to also include the post-construction road deterioration that Gunnar mentioned as well.
Janet, do you have that?
I do, yes.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval of the master plan amendment by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of MPL 2023-017, subject to the revised conditions, passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
And now one on the plan review.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones.
Motion to approve plan review case number 2023-034, subject to staff stipulation.
Thank you. Motion made for approval of the plan review made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Moeller,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Nay.
did you say no? Thank you.
Correct.
Isles,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of plan review PR 2023-034, subject to the revised conditions, passes 7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on January 11th at 7 p.m. before the Board of Commissioners. Thank you all for your testimony and certainly for your patience tonight and putting up with me. In that order.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted.
Yes, legal counsel.
Yes, Janet, was the master plan vote 7-1?
That is correct.
Sound like she
Oh,
knows.
okay, we need to clarify that because I did not hear
Commissioner
a
Beck
no.
was a no.
Okay,
On
and
the-
I did.
on the master plan.
Okay, let me change that
I'm
because
sorry.
I did not hear that. It's difficult sometimes to hear in the
Yes,
commission
I'm sorry. I
chamber.
have the count and I guess I just glossed over what you said, but I had
Okay.
the count as 7-1 on both motions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Conway, for catching that. Anything else, Janet?
No, that's all that's on the agenda, sir.
All right, thank you all. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and we'll see you next year.